somebody on. Well, pick me up with golden hand. Oh, me say, oh, me tell you to run.
All the way, all the way.
Somebody say, somebody on. Well, I would like to hold my little hand. How we will run, how we will cry. I would like to hold my little hand. How we will run, how we will cry. Send me in my way, 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 send me in my way. Somebody on. Well, pick me up with golden hair. Me say, me tell you to run. Nobody see me, somebody on. Well, I would like to hold my little hand. How you been crying? How you been crying? I would like to hold my little hand. How we will run, how we will cry. See me in my way, 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 see me in my way. Reach out my hand, oh me say, oh me tell you to run.
All the way, all the way.
Somebody say, somebody on.
go. Here we go again. Here we go again. Here we go again. Here we go again. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Brain Domain. It is Tuesday, innit? It's Tuesday, innit? It's Tuesday, innit? I shaved? No, it all fell off, actually. It fell off. Just naturally came out this way. Tuesday feels like Monday. Monday too. Tuesday brought to you by Monday. From the folks that brought you Monday, introducing Tuesday. Today is my Thursday. Well, see, now I'm just confused. Just when I thought I had the week figured out. Tuesday's Thursday now? Geez, I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board. One of these days I'll get this whole linear time figured out. Glasses. Yeah, I ordered some new ones. So I've got a pair of black ones. I also have a pair of yellow ones, but I'm not sure if I'll ever wear these on stream. Hold on, let's... They make me look a little too much like a cult leader, so... set those ones aside. What else did I get? What else came in this package? I think these ones are like gray. Far Cry 5, right? I look like Joseph Seed. These ones are gray and they look identical to the black ones. Or are they both black? Well, yeah, when I look at them, they are a little different. But you can't tell. Have you ever questioned the nature of your reality? Everything you see is a dream within a dream. Or is that how it goes? Maybe they are the same. Nah. No, they're slightly different. I have eyes only recently. Took me a while. I had to save up for a while. That's why I was pushing for all those subs. So I could finally have a set of... Okay, I think these are the gray ones. Or, wait. These are very light color. Very light. Anyway. I've had eyes for a long time. I'm lucky. Yep, not all of us can be Nepo babies. All of us get born with vision. Alright, everybody, welcome back to the Brain Domain. We've got the question box open, so feel free. Feel free to drop those questions in. I've also got a nice presentation for you today that's all about finding balance. Are you familiar with Tony Robbins? He's a motivational speaker. I saw a bit that he did on balance, and he talked about the 3 main areas of your life in which you need balance: body, mind, and spirit. And I don't know if I really understood at the time, because I wasn't particularly spiritual at the time. And I was like, the needs of the spirit, ha, I say. But what I've learned is that the needs of the spirit have nothing to do with belief or faith or religion or anything mystical or magical. It has more to do with feelings of connection, you know, belonging to something that's bigger than you. It's that part of you that seeks out stuff that just blows your mind, you know? It's the part of you that really adds some spice to life, is what I've come to find. If you were to ask me, I would say that balance within the body helps to give us structure. It gives us a good framework to build on. Balance within the mind is how we process all of those things that the body tells us. And then balance of the spirit is what allows us to enjoy all of that. So anyway, thanks for coming. It was nice talking to you. Hope you all have a great hope you all have a great night. First. Yep, first one here. Can you believe it? No, I think you'll enjoy this presentation. Especially if you feel out of balance in any way. Show of hands. Show of hands. Who here has felt out of balance in their life at some point in the past 6 months? Like, damn, 6 months, I felt imbalanced this morning. What we'll talk about today in the presentation is how balance isn't something that is indefinitely maintained. It has less to do with, like, finding that idealized perfection, and it has more to do with how good I am at rebalancing myself whenever I get thrown off balance. Because if you want to maintain balance for as long as possible, the best way to do that is to get better at rebalancing yourself. I am a Libra, I always feel imbalance. Oh, so we're gonna blame the stars? Stars didn't have anything to do with it. Or maybe that's just the Leo in me. I don't know, maybe the stars have everything to do with it. I don't fucking know. There's an Alan Watts quote that's been kind of rattling around in my head for the past week, and it is, "The normal everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in." So as far as I know, there could be something going on, and I could be completely unaware of it because my senses just don't pick it up. You know, like gamma waves. Dark matter, dark energy. So who knows? But anyway, does it really matter? No. That's the fun part. I was born out of balance. That makes sense, because babies are some of the least balanced things that you will ever see. 1 minute they're resting peacefully, just... The next moment they're looking all cute, like... You know, and then the next moment they're just shrieking in an ear-piercing wail, and they're shitting their pants. That does not sound like balance to me. That is the epitome of imbalance. If I, as a fully grown adult, just could transition that rapidly from sleep to rage to ecstasy to shitting my pants, you would say that I'm desperately in need of some balance. You'd lock me away. Babies are annoying. When they cry and poop and puke, they're annoying. Outside of that, they can be kinda cute. Kinda like humans in general, now that I think about it. I was a quiet baby. Gotta love a baby that knows how to mind his own business. Gotta love a baby who's like, you know what? I'm good. I'm just gonna chew on a block or something. Can't teach an old baby new tricks? Well, I'm gonna try to potty train him anyway because I'm tired of people pooping on the floor. You guys have fun in a chat last night? That sounds nice. A nice reminder of the importance of human connection. We had some friends over yesterday. We had a little hangout in the backyard. We got pizza, had some friends over. It was a nice time. Mom likes to tell me that I was a terrorist until I was like 3 or 4, which makes sense because children don't have the ability to understand that there is an entire world that exists outside of them. Their entire concept of existence centers around them and their immediate needs. The good news is that most people grow out of it. The bad news is that most people grow out of it. What you'll notice is that some people never really gave that up, just believing that the entire world revolves around them. We have a word for that. It is ecocentric. Just a fancy way of saying self-centered. The thing about self-centeredness is that sometimes it's okay to do, because sometimes it's nice to just center your world around yourself and not have to worry about what's going on with anybody else. That's good. That's nice. That's freeing. Social media makes it really hard. But anyway, it's okay to do that. What we don't want to do is get addicted to it, because then you're doing it all the time. Kind of like anything else, you know? Too much of it ruins it. Ice cream, alcohol, weed. Video games. You can have too much of a good thing. Pro ego, sorry. That's just your ego talking, that's okay. As soon as you let that guy go, you'll be alright. The sooner you let it go, the sooner you can have it all. You may want to try ego death. The term ego death, while apt, is a little frightening because it has the death word in it, and, you know, as mortal beings, we tend to shy away from thoughts of such things. It's the opposite of ego death. I need that. Okay, what I was saying was, we're moving away from the term ego death because that's scary. What I prefer is ego disillusion. You are letting your ego dissolve, which sounds much more manageable and much less frightening than the concept of ego death. You want to try to find a healthy balance with your ego, because the ego can be fun, the ego can be enjoyable, the ego isn't always bad, but ultimately it can be very distracting and very demanding on us, and so sometimes it's nice to detach from it. Sometimes we like to play the ego games. Like, I gotta get up and make a sandwich? That's an ego game. I want to reach out and talk to a friend? That's an ego game. The ego can keep you alive sometimes. Absolutely, because that's the ego's #1 goal. To keep existing. That's its prime directive. Keep all this alive. By whatever means. So you want to have a good working relationship with your ego. You want to be able to put it down for a nap and say, it's okay, you don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to worry about commenting on social media. You don't have to worry about what people think of you. You don't have to worry about any of the troubles in your relationships. You don't have to worry about any of that. You can just take a nap, little buddy. You are not your ego. It's true, you are not your ego. Your ego is simply a part of you. But it's the part of you that likes to convince you that that's who you are. You are more than your ego. That's like saying that you are your heartbeat. Your heartbeat is a very important part of you. But are you your heartbeat? It's simply a part of the greater you. Maybe seeing it as a tool? Now you're cooking. If you can use your ego as a tool, that means that I will be able to strike when the iron is hot. I'll be able to step up and take an opportunity. I'll feel more confident. You can learn to use it when you need it and let it go when it's harming you. Because the ego, as much as it likes to keep you alive, it can be a little bit over serious sometimes. We create all sort of stress from the melodrama of our lives. Oh, I can't believe they said that to me. I can't believe that they thought this about me. I can't believe that this happened or that happened. Can you believe they said this? Can you believe they said that? Oh my God, can you believe this? Gotta go check the news, by the way. I gotta see what people are thinking about this thing that just happened. We get so caught up in the melodrama. And that's what the ego loves to do. That's the ego's whole thing. Hey, what's going on? What's the tea? Type shit. Exactly. In order to make psychology more appealing to the new generation, we're going to start incorporating their lingo. I hope that this doesn't offend anyone, but if it does, that's on you. Type shit. All right. This is a topic that we're saving for another day because I have a presentation in mind about drama addiction. Because you gotta admit, the ego gets really drawn into the melodrama. There's traffic on the highway and you're like, oh, what happened over here? Can't help but look. What's going on over there? Like, oh, have you seen the news? Oh shit, let me turn on the news right now. Let's see what's happening. What's the tea? That sort of stuff is very human. It's very human to do. And since we're so wired for that, we can sometimes, in the absence of drama, create drama. Because sometimes we will create drama in response to boredom. We will do it just to feel something. We will do it just to have something to do. We'll pick a fight with somebody. We'll bring up some old shit. We'll stir the pot. Hey, I heard that so-and-so said this about you. I've always seen it as I can't have an ego if my confidence is low, but I'm still feeding my ego by being worried about how others view me. I get it now. Spiffy, you've done it. You've done it, Spiffy, you get it. The sooner you just let it all go and stop giving a fuck what other people think about you, you will be at your most confident. You will always feel the pain of your ego, so as long as you continue to identify as your ego. Am I a shit stirrer? We can all be shit stirrers sometimes. I feel like we've all done it. We've all done it, believe me. I'm so sick of caring what people think about me. Well, if you want to let that go, let's talk about how that might happen. Let's talk about how that might work. If you want to approach it logically, let's look at it like this. There is a 0% chance that 100% of people will like you. And so we're going into this knowing that it's impossible to please everyone, and yet we try anyway. We try anyway. Can't help it. Maybe we'll set the high score. I don't know. Maybe we'll be the first. Maybe we'll be the first to do it. Maybe we'll be the first human in all of human history to be 100% universally beloved. Except that will never happen because there will always be people who will not like you just because everyone else likes you. Kind of like how you feel about pop music or Marvel movies or something else that's very popular. Love Island or whatever. You know, whatever stuff that's out there that's too popular and you're just like, not for me. I just want people to invite me to stuff. There's a hack to that too, but we'll get to it, so don't let me forget. But for right now, we're talking about not caring what other people think about you. It's okay to be liked. It's nice to be liked. It's even nicer to be loved. But it's important to recognize that you could do everything right in a relationship and people could still not like you for reasons that are entirely outside of your control. Maybe they don't like you because you have the name of an ex that they had a painful breakup with, and every time they see you and think of your name, they're reminded of all that pain. Or maybe you're very nice and polite and kind, and they resent you for that because, they must think they're so much better than me. Look at how nice and kind they are. Look at how patient and generous they are. That fucking piece of shit. Fuck that guy. Always giving money to charity and volunteering his time with disabled animals. Maybe you said something and they took it the wrong way. Yeah, maybe they were having a bad day and you said, have a good day, and then they're like, fuck you. I can't just have a good day. This is the worst day of my life. And now somehow that's on you. And so, what do we do about this? All that we can do is carry ourselves in such a way that we are proud of. We show up, we try our best, we learn, we grow, we listen, we connect. We love and allow ourselves to be loved. We take away their rights to vote. Okay, going back to the question you said earlier, am I a shit stirrer? Having thought about it, yes. No, what really helped that click for me was there were people that I would work with within a mental health context, and I would try to just be very patient and kind and understanding and compassionate, and I would still be on the receiving end of a lot of their anger and frustration. You know, you just think you're so much better than me. Like, I don't think I'm better than anybody, but clearly you're worried that you aren't as good of a person as I am, maybe because of just the situation we're in and how you're handling it. That doesn't mean that I think any less of you. I'm actually here trying to help you. But that's fine if you want to displace that anger onto me, because I am a big boy and I can take it. I have a problem with letting myself be loved, not gonna lie. Here's the fun part. The only way to do that is to just let it happen. And all it involves is just recognizing love that already exists in your life and then just allowing yourself to go deeper into it. Do you have any pets that you love? Do you have anybody in your life that you love that you can think about? Just think about that love in your life and try to go deeper into it. That's all you gotta do. Just try to feel more of it. It's kind of like lifting weights, except you do it in the privacy of your own heart. If it sounds too simple to be true, just try it and see what happens. Just try it and see what happens, that's all I'll say. Sometimes you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes accidents happen. You know, maybe you bump into somebody, maybe, you know, random stuff. The heart can do things the brain can't imagine. There was a line I heard in a guided meditation once that really resonated with me. The mind has no answers, and the heart asks no questions. That before. Yeah, I'm not sure where it comes from exactly. I heard it in a guided meditation. It probably didn't originate in the guided meditation. It was probably somewhere else that it came from. But just think about it for a moment. The mind has no answers, and the heart asks no questions. What I noticed in thinking about this was that my mind just loves to continue to ask questions. And it never really finds an answer, it finds possible solutions. And then it acts on those possible solutions. It doesn't actually know what the answer is. It's always trying to uncover more, it's always trying to dig deeper. It's always seeking to understand, never arriving at a full conclusion. Because that's kind of how we're programmed, biologically. Go out there and figure shit out. And keep doing that forever. Does the heart have answers? Try asking it a question. Try asking it a question. What do you think your heart thinks about you? I'll give you a hint. Your heart is working 24/7, 365 to keep your ass alive. If that's not love, I don't know what is. That's what's so frustrating. Our brains are trying to solve a puzzle that has no solution. The only way to win the game is to not play. You just kind of have to step back from it and just be like, wow, this shit's crazy. Look at all these paradoxes. Pretty cool, huh? Like sometimes you just gotta step back from the fireworks and go, ooh, ah, instead of being like, huh, I wonder how a firework is made. I wonder how they get all that. I wonder how they set up the whole show where they get them to fire off in sequence. That's pretty cool too. Wow, that must be pretty dangerous working in a firework factory, huh? You know, that's the mind. It's always trying to ask more questions. Sometimes you just have to just let your jaw drop and just be like, holy shit. It's pretty remarkable that anything exists at all, you know, considering how matter is consisted of energy and everything is just energy reduced to a slow vibration. Then you think about magnets and electricity, nuclear energy and radiation and gamma waves and neutrino fields and subatomic particles, and you're like, damn, this shit's crazy. Do psychology intro classes like 201 or 202 avoid topics like sexuality and gender identity usually? Normally, those are their own class, in my experience. In my experience, and the answer is it might vary depending on what school you're going to and what their curriculum is, because there is some variation. So some of them might touch on it, some of them might not talk about it at all. But in my experience, there were classes that were specifically centered around those topics, and they were always the first to fill up. If you didn't register on the day that you could register, you probably weren't getting into the human sexuality class, because everybody wanted to take that class. They'll touch on it lightly or on very rote ideas. Yeah, they might talk about how this, like Psych 202 is just a little bit of a deeper dive into a lot of the topics that you learned about in Psych 101, but then expanding on that and talking about some more topics. And so you might start to get into it a little bit, and then you go deeper and deeper as you go to the different levels of schooling. Like by the time you're in graduate school, like you could take a very specific class that's all about one particular subject and you just really go deep on it. Hold on, I'm kind of curious about something. I think, you know, when you get into like Psych 20, like the 200 level, that's when you start getting into more like developmental psychology, and, you know, you might start talking about it's like social psychology. Like Psych 101 is like a very like airplane overview of like, because there's so much that goes into the study of psychology. And so when you're at like Psych 201 or 202, it's like you're still covering a lot of the basics. Now you might be able to find like classes about those topics at the 200 level, and so it might be something like Psych 214 or Psych 251, or yeah. If it's all confusing, that's because it is. I was looking at an example syllabus for 201. I'm like, yeah, that sounds right. They talk about memory and learning and consciousness, and you're still dipping in. You're still dipping in. And looking at what's assigned for this entire term's reading, and a pretty good chapter on sexuality and gender identity isn't assigned, because it probably won't be at Psych 201, because it's still general psychology. You'll probably be able to find a class on that topic at that level, but it's probably going to be Psych 2 something something. Maybe even 3 something something. It might be 300 and something. Feels like everything else is mentioned and not this, that doesn't mean that they're leaving it out intentionally. Because Psych 201 is still a big, like, generalized overview of the field of psychology. And so you're probably going to see a whole class that's just dedicated to that type of stuff. Human development and identity and sexuality and all those things. It's definitely stuff that they talk about. It's just probably not going to be in your general psychology class. For learning about development of the brain, adolescence, personality, etc., shouldn't this be covered alongside this? No, because that would be too much information and that would be confusing. And so it's, okay, the way that college is kind of set up, not to mansplain college to anybody, I'm not trying to, okay, anyway, you take your general class and you learn about those things that you talked about, the development of the brain, adolescence, personality, etc., and then you take that knowledge and then you go into the more advanced coursework of, I'm going to talk about things like gender identity and sexuality. I'm going to take it even further. But right now you're setting the framework so that you can fill in the gaps. Psych 201 isn't meant to be some comprehensive overview of all of psychology. It's going to give you the framework so that you can explore those avenues, the one like you're looking for. Maybe I just feel like this because I'm trans, but it would be cool for peers that are uneducated about this stuff to learn that it's not some polarizing or political issue. I mean, the professor seems pretty queer-coded, but worried if she's a TERF. Thanks for reading, just needed to share this somewhere. That would make sense why you're more excited to learn more and to see where people are able to do that type of learning. And it's probably out there. There probably is a class for it. It's also a whole field. It's a whole major. There's a whole like gender studies program at some places. So it's definitely talked about. Could they go over it at the general level? You know what? Probably. Probably. They could. I agree. It doesn't need to be so polarizing. It's like trans people exist. Get over it. Technically, some schools will let you be chaotic and take Psych 2 before 1. To my understanding, they normally do that because you don't necessarily need everything that you learned in Psych 1 to do Psych 2. It's just that there's so much to cover at a general level that they can't fit it all in one class. Anyway, if your professor seems cool, just talk to them. Just talk to them and be like, hey, I was wondering if you had any idea of what sort of courses go over these topics, because they'll probably know. This week, I'm learning about teeth. Okay. Hell yeah. However, I noticed that when the professor explains things, my brain can easily just filter out whatever he is explaining. Some teachers have a way of doing that, especially if they are explaining something scientific or procedural in a flat, monotone voice. I'll pretend like I know what he just said, but I wonder if I'm stupid or if I just have a different learning style. Okay, hold on, let's rewind. You know what learning styles are. You are using proper grammar and punctuation in your question. You are in a position where you're learning about teeth, and you still dare to call yourself potentially stupid? I'm gonna doubt that. I'm pressing X to doubt. It's definitely not because you're stupid. Why can't I so easily just tune it out? Because there are some frequencies of sound that are easier to tune out than others. Kinda cool, huh? Basically, what's going on in your mind is that the words coming out of your teacher's mouth are at the same level of significance as everything else that's going on in the background. And that can kind of happen if you normally find yourself in a position where you're just listening to someone talk for hours at a time. Even when I want to understand, it's hard. How do I know what is the cause of this? How to fix? The cause could just be simple human biology. As far as possible solutions go, maybe ask your professor if it's okay if you record the audio of the lecture so that you can play it back later. What I normally would do, I didn't do recordings because I didn't have time to sit back and listen to a recording of a class, because that's like going to class twice, and I only have time to go to class once. And so I would just try to write down the bullet points. The keywords. Terms I need to know. You know, like, I'll go back and double check all this later. I'll go read the book, I'll go look these terms up, I'll help connect the dots. You know, sometimes you get a professor that isn't really there to help you understand, they're just there to present the information to you. And so you kind of have to be the one that takes that information and then finds a way to understand it on your own. So I would just think about a way that you could make sure that you're getting all of the important information. Because maybe you don't need to listen to every single word that the professor says. Maybe your professor can be rambly. Maybe your professor, you know, likes to be a little bit exuberant with all of their extra words. You know, maybe they overcomplicate things. A black belt in judo. Nice. It's good to know that we have black belts in the community. been promoted to head of security. I love learning judo and I love watching my other teachers teach it. I will frequently zone out on it because my brain will run multiple lines of thought at once. It's not uncommon to just have a brain that you need to learn how to wield or understand when it fails to act accordingly. True. What you'll notice is that you don't necessarily need to filter everything through the word center of your brain. Because that's normally what we do. We kind of bottleneck our information processing because we have to convert all of that information into words. And that's done in one specific part of your brain. Like, alright, what the fuck does this mean? How do I put this shit into words? But what you'll notice is that you have thoughts and you have feelings and you have other things that exist within your life that kind of go beyond words. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where you were struggling to find the words? The feeling was there, but you were having a hard time bringing words to it. I guess where I'm going with all this is, words aren't the only way to learn. You can learn from all of your sensory information. Words are just a way to put order to it. Someone that I met online knows I watch you and he secretly comes to stream to peek into stuff I write to you? And how do I tell him to stop doing that? I'll ask him for you. Hey, that's weird. Don't do that. Knock it off. What kind of game are you playing? Knock that shit out, alright? Maybe you could ask him some questions instead of trying to get into other people's business for some strange reason. I think the reason why they do it is because they need help, but they're afraid to ask, and so that's why they feel the need to interfere with your business. If this person bothers you, if this person makes you feel uncomfortable, you are well within your right to just block them. Why can't people be fucking normal? Because normal doesn't exist, Goobins, but you know that. If this person were to get their act together, we'd welcome them in. You know? We've all made mistakes. We've all crossed boundaries. They're willing to learn and grow and do better, we'll celebrate that. But as far as right now, you just gotta recognize this is creepy behavior. And I'm just gonna tell you like it is. This is creepy behavior. Don't do this. If you ever wonder why you have a hard time connecting with people, if you ever wonder why everybody in your life leaves you, it's because of shit like this. Quit being creepy. I have a machete under my bed. I have a 12 gauge under my bed. Big Dog didn't come to play. And we're trying to get Cutie Cheeks into judo. That's our 2026 goal. every woman deserves to know how to throw a man across a room. Did you catch yesterday's stream with Dr. K? I did not. He had Sadhguru on as a guest, and it seemed like a train wreck. I was just curious if you know of Sadhguru and your thoughts if you do. He seemed like a charlatan and a scam artist, and this is coming from someone currently reading one of Sadhguru's books. I'm now reconsidering the book entirely. Alright. There's probably still wisdom to be found in the book. Could you find similar wisdom somewhere else? Also, yes. Because the thing about what people like Sadhguru like to teach, these are teachings that have existed for thousands of years. The information that he's presenting to people is stuff that has already been known for a long time. He's just doing it today. I've heard some of his stuff that I've liked, but I would look at him as kind of like a mega pastor. Like the equivalent in a Western context would be he's kind of like a mega pastor. You know what I mean? Like they might offer good teachings. They might offer things that are, you know, nice things to think about. Maybe be able to give people good feedback, good advice. Because there's a reason why so many people get caught into it is because there is appeal. And I think what feels off sometimes is just marketing. He didn't really break down any like actions to obtain the skills. Yeah, that's like, if you're already like very practiced in some of those Eastern methodologies, which, by the way, we're going to do some presentations. It's going to be a multi-part series, and we're going to explore some of these Eastern approaches to psychology. I truly felt like it went over many people's heads. Absolutely, because we haven't had very many, like, we have had a few. We've had a few people that were pretty popular and they helped to translate a lot of those Eastern ideas for a Western audience. People like Ram Dass, Alan Watts. The guy who wrote The Untethered Soul, I forgot his name. My bad. Stuff like that. Anyway. There's a lot of good stuff to be taken from those teachings. A lot of it gets very quickly dismissed because they use spiritual terms, or there's this sort of like spiritual context of things. But what's important to recognize is that from an Eastern perspective, psychology and spirituality are one thing. You know, what we would say are our psychological needs, they would say those are your spiritual needs. And so there's a lot of really cool stuff. There's a lot of really helpful things that you can do that are taught in those practices, but they aren't really translated very well for a Western audience. And so I could see why some people would be misunderstanding or confused about it, because, especially if you're just touching on it on a general level. And so anyway, there's likely wisdom to be found in the book. There might be some things in there that resonate with you, and that still has value. We don't need to be so quick to dismiss. You know, try to learn something from everybody you meet, even if they can be, less than ideal. Anyway, like I said, we're gonna do a deeper dive. It's a big project. We're gonna do 5 presentations. We're gonna do an intro, kind of like an overview, and we're just gonna kind of briefly talk about what we're gonna talk about more in depth. And then we're gonna do 3 presentations. We're gonna do one on Hinduism, we're gonna do one on Taoism, and we're gonna do one on Buddhism. And then we're gonna do a 5th one where we wrap it all up and we tie it all together. Because what we're trying to do is find the best of East and West. We're gonna break away from this like East versus West mindset that was really drilled into people for many years. Not that it's your fault, it's a societal thing. But there really is this whole like, it's either East or West. There's value in both, and we're gonna try to find what's best. Because we're trying to help the largest number of people. And so anyway, I didn't see the stream with him, but I would say like, I've seen his YouTube shorts. That's about all I know. But he does kind of have that like, he kind of feels like the equivalent of a mega pastor. Like they might have some good advice, they might be able to tell you stuff that makes you feel good, they might have some keen insight. But it sounds like what you're looking for is deeper than that. Maybe you'll be able to find it in the book. I'm scared to be on Tinder. If someone that knows me sees my profile, I'm scared that they will gossip and call me desperate or laugh about it. The only way that they would see that you are on Tinder is if they are on Tinder, so how are they gonna judge you for being on Tinder when they're on Tinder? Fuck them. Do it in spite of them. This is the worst case scenario. Could that happen? Maybe, but it probably won't. Unless you're cheating, you won't be judged for being on Tinder by other people on Tinder. True, unless you're cheating or unless you're actually a couple and you're looking for a unicorn on Tinder. I feel like, isn't that also kind of... Not that I'm on Tinder, but I've seen screenshots on the Tinder subreddit, so... I've heard that happens. I was on Tinder for a brief while. That was where I met Casey, and she was the only person I ever dated from Tinder, so I've got a 100% success rate. Questioner, if this is something that you feel uncomfortable about, I would say go for it anyway. It's an opportunity to face your fear. It's an opportunity to get a little bit more confident. You know, give it a try. Because if you don't try, then you're already dismissing yourself. And so it doesn't matter what other people think about you. It matters more what you think about you. I was emotionally abusive to my little sibling as a kid. My parents almost never intervened. My sibling and I are on good terms now, but how do I forgive something I feel so repulsed by? How do I stop feeling so guilty and ashamed? My friend, you were a kid, and you've clearly learned and grown. If you hadn't learned and grown, would you even feel bad about it? No, probably not. You have a good relationship with your sibling now, that's what matters. If you feel like making amends to them, like, the only thing that I can think of that you could possibly do is to tell your sibling, like, hey, I just wanted to say that it was really fucked up the way that I treated you as a kid, and I just want to let you know that I really regret it, and I'm glad that we have a good relationship now. It'll be nice to let that guilt go because it's probably getting in the way of getting even closer with your sibling. Now, your relationship with your sibling exists right now, and so it's good to focus on what you have right now and continue to grow closer. You know, it's nice to kind of have one of these talks with your sibling as an adult, because it's also very freeing. It's a great way to let that feeling of guilt go. I kind of had a talk similar to this with my sister. You know, I was the big brother, you know, and basically what she said was, oh yeah, you know, well, I kind of had it coming. I was a little shit. And then she reminded me of something. She was like, do you remember how I always used to tattle on you? And then it all came back to me. We would be sitting there, I would be playing video games, and she would be watching me. She'd be like, Mom, Josh said shit. If you feel like talking about it with your sibling would allow you to grow closer and feel, you know, more connected to your sibling, then go for it. But it's okay to forgive yourself, especially for stuff that you did as a kid. You didn't know any better. You were a child. The way to let go of shame is to listen to it. What is it trying to teach you? What is that feeling of shame what lesson is it trying to get across? If the lesson is, hey, don't be so emotionally abusive, it sounds like you learned that lesson, did you not? And so if you've learned the lesson that shame is trying to teach you, it's okay to let the shame go. You've outgrown that pair of shoes. My one sister and I had a very contentious relationship growing up. I think my parents not knowing how to deal with this caused it to last much, much longer into adulthood. That's a really good point, and it's something we didn't even touch on. Parents can really help to make or break what that relationship is like between siblings. It helps if you have parents setting a good role for you to model. And so we're not going to put all of the blame on the parents, but it does sound like, maybe if they had had a bit more structure, maybe if they had talked to you two a bit more, or maybe helped to set some boundaries, that things might not have gone the way that they had, but that's neither here nor there at that point. And so what I would say is, just focus on making the relationship that you have with your sibling the best one that you can. Sometimes we hold on to old shame for too long. It's like holding on to an old pain or holding on to a grudge. We like to hold on to that stuff because we feel like we're going to need it, because it's going to help us to survive, because it's going to help us to avoid danger. And so we cling. We cling to things that bring us pain. And we just continuously remind ourselves of a lesson that we have long learned already. And so maybe you've outgrown the pain. Maybe you've outgrown the shame. Maybe it's okay to let it go now. Maybe you don't need it anymore. Hold on, these dogs want to get out. I think Casey just got home. I'm gonna let the dogs out of the room real fast. 1 second. All right, dogs, I'm coming. All right. Casey was telling me she wanted to borrow my little chainsaw. I was like, oh. She's gonna go help her mom chop up a branch. I was like, be careful. If you didn't know this about me, I love chopping wood. The angle of the picture makes that chainsaw look smaller than it actually is. That thing's actually huge. Is that a straight man thing? Probably. I was chopping up some logs with that big chainsaw the other day, and I was like, I can feel the testosterone flowing. Nothing gets the testosterone going like some power tools. Especially ones that could inflict gross bodily harm if mishandled. Nothing more masculine than reckless self-endangerment. Last night, I saw a cat outside my apartment. It looked like a Siamese cat, and it was hopping around in the grass, and I looked down and saw the cat was chasing a tiny mouse. I stepped closer to my window, and somehow the cat looks back at me and just stares, and the mouse got away. I mean, the tiny mouse was so cute, but that's part of the cat's survival, so it also affects the cat. I'm glad the mouse got away, I think. What if the cat is hungry now? What kind of feeling is this? What do I do with this? Thank you. If it's any consolation, cats are not 100% successful in all of their hunts. Also, they don't always chase a mouse in order to eat it. Cats will sometimes chase things just to chase things. If the cat is hungry, it will continue to hunt, and it will find something to eat. Whether a mouse, or a mole, or some french fries, or maybe they'll sucker a human into giving it some food. They know how to work their magic. And so if the cat is hungry, it will keep looking for food. It's kind of the equivalent of you being hungry for a cheeseburger and you go to a restaurant, but oh shit, they're closed today. Well, you just go to a different restaurant. Might take a little bit more time and a little bit more energy, but you'll make it. You'll find that cheeseburger. Do you think there's a difference between taking yourself too seriously and creating a boundary? I get told all the time that I can't take a joke when it comes to people making comments about me. But I was constantly teased growing up, so I never know if I'm being too defensive or not. Comet, thank you for the 17 months. Also, QE Cheeks, thank you for the 24 months at the start of the stream. The 2-year club. God, I got this new deodorant and it smells very good. It smells like pine tar. I think that is pretty straight, man. Wanting to smell like a tree. Alright, let's talk about this question. What's the difference? Well, let's talk about it. Sometimes taking yourself too seriously is having boundaries that are too rigid. Maybe you have boundaries that they're there to protect you. They're there to protect you from harm. But it sounds like they're actually doing more harm than good. If we have boundaries that are too restrictive, doesn't give us a lot of room to stretch. And so it kind of depends. You know, I'm going to answer this question with, okay, let me just preface this. I'm going to answer this question under the assumption that your friends are doing this in good faith. I'm going to operate under the assumption that your friends are just bantering and it's really not meant to be any big type of deal. Sometimes people will say mean things and then defend themselves by saying, oh, come on, it's just a joke. Can't you take a joke? Why are you so serious? Because that will happen, but it doesn't happen all the time. And so I'm going to answer this question with the mindset of, this is your friends just trying to have some fun and crack some jokes and not take things too seriously. And they want you to be able to play along. The way to test this is to respond at a similar level to whatever was being sent your way. Just send their energy back at them and see how they respond. Don't let people ridicule you, my man. Good banter can be fun. Sometimes it's nice to, sometimes they'll say they're taking the piss out of you, is what a person from England would say, maybe. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, let's say that I'm hanging out with one of my old friends, and they make a silly mistake. It's nothing consequential at all. It's just something very minor. And I'm like, you fucking piece of shit. You know, it's funny. It's just meant to be a joke. And they see it as a joke and they respond in kind. And it's fun. That's banter. But if it gets too real, if it gets too raw, that's not banter. Banter is meant to be fun. Banter is a reminder that we don't need to take everything so seriously, and that we don't always have to fight to the death to defend our honor. And so what I would say is, I would encourage you to try to open up to it, because it can be fun. It can be fun. It can be a nice reminder that, you know what, maybe we don't need to take everything so seriously. Maybe I don't need to take everything personally, because these boundaries that I'm putting up to protect myself are actually preventing me from growing. There's also a certain power to not allowing other people's comments to get under your skin. Let other people affect me way too much. That could be a power if harnessed correctly, Goobins. It could be power if harnessed correctly. Think about some of the ways that that ability could be a benefit. What are some potential benefits of having a high level of emotional response to the input of others? But it harnesses anger. I don't want to be angry. Those are some of the potential downsides. You're getting ahead of me. I asked you what some of the potential benefits were. It sounds like you have a good understanding of what the downsides are. Allowing others to imprint on you emotionally is a double-edged sword. It can make you feel deep levels of connection. It can make you feel very understood. It can make you feel very loved. It could also make you very reactive, very angry, very insecure. As long as you treat this aspect of yourself like something bad that needs to go away, nothing's going to change. It's not something that you can get rid of, but it is something that you can learn how to work with. I can learn how to let the good in, and I can learn how to keep the bad out. Because there's no difference in, as far as our processing ability, there's no difference between somebody saying, hey, you're a piece of shit, and feeling really bad about it, and somebody saying, hey, I love you, and feeling really good about it. And so you want to practice that because you want that good, because your ability to feel a high level of emotion to someone else's input is a skill. But we need to learn how to swing it. It's like you're learning how to use nunchucks. You need to stop learning how to You need to learn how to stop smacking yourself in the face with the nunchucks. Do you have any advice for moving on from a therapist? I've been advised to get a new one by this therapist and to take the steps to find one more suited for my needs, but I've already spent so much time with this particular one that I almost don't want to say goodbye, but I know it's for the best. Just like the point of school is to graduate, the point of therapy is to graduate. And so while this might not be your final experience with therapy, maybe now is a good time to take what you've learned in therapy and start putting it into practice. Kind of like how you take what you learn in school and then you go find a job and you can use those skills and that knowledge, theoretically. If anything, the therapy to life, allegory works better because the whole school to job metaphor is actually kind of thin. Anyway, I digress. The thing about therapy is that it doesn't have to be one long, ongoing process with one person. This could be something that is done in chapters. This is something that could be done in stages. Maybe you saw a therapist in your 20s and you learned some good stuff and it helped you to feel more confident and assertive going into your 30s. But then in your 30s, you got a little bit existential and it started to make you depressed, and so you went to a therapist for that. Because you were in a different stage of your life. And so right now you're in a stage of your life and it's up to you to determine what that stage is all about. I would consider possibly taking the things that you've learned in therapy and just really focusing on putting them into practice. Because that's where the real work is done. The real work of therapy is done in your real life, not in those 50 minutes every other week that you spend talking to somebody. So the training wheels are off. You can see how far you can ride before you start to wobble. I believe that the point of therapy is to learn to live life in a more therapeutic way. I'm mindful, I'm attentive, I'm meeting my needs. I'm finding balance, which is a really great segue into today's presentation. We're going to talk all about balance today. I might need to get more water before we go. Yeah, let me go get some more water and grab a little snack. And we'll get into the Prezi. Just a moment, we'll be right back. Go grab your snacks. Or your pens and paper if you're that type of person. If you're a note taker. Oh, we got a 7-8. Nice. Nice. We're running a quick poll. I just wanted to see how balanced we are feeling. How balanced are you feeling today? Not very. Unsurprising. Letting my anger get to me recently. Just wait until you're able to replace it with righteous fury. Because there is shit out there in the world that is deserving of your ire. But it is probably not wherever you're directing it right now. I don't know about you, but anytime I read the news, it's just full of shit that's pissing me off. There's not really much I can do about it. And so I try to focus on the things that I do have control over. Now, no single snowflake is responsible for the avalanche. Just try to, if you want to make the world a better place, just try to do what you can to be the best person that you can be. That's doing your part. I like to redirect my anger to video games, where I'm helping people somehow. I direct mine into Hades 2. I've been playing Hades 2. I beat the boss on my 25th run. Which sounds pretty good. That's not bad. Like maybe I'm a gamer after all. Never played Hades. It's fun, especially like I like it because it kind of reminds me a lot of. It's kind of like Diablo 2, except more polished. The rundown of Hades is, what if Greek mythology except anime? What if Greek mythology except anime? And it's like top down, or it's like isometric, like action RPG type. It's also it's got like some roguelike elements because every run is different. It's randomized. There's different weapons you can use. You can get all sorts of upgrades that make your runs easier. It's a lot of fun. I might have to get into this Hades you speak of. Having played both of them, and like I beat the first one, and I beat the boss of the second one. I beat the final boss. But there's actually multiple final bosses in this because they added a whole other thing you can do where you are going up instead of down. And Because in Hades 2, you're trying to go down into the underworld so that you can take it back from Kronos, who took it over. You are the princess of the underworld and you're fighting downwards to get into hell. In the original game, you're fighting upwards to get out of hell. But in the second game, they also have the opposite direction where you can go up to go to Mount Olympus. And so it's basically twice as big. It's crazy. I just got the true ending in Hades 2. Tanu, did you hear him? I beat Kronos on my 25th run, which I think was a pretty good pace. I just had an absolutely cracked build. It was insane. It was ridiculous. I had the little torches that shoot fireballs, and I had the Hephaestus Slam on my auto attack, and I had 2 Daedalus hammers that were upgrading my auto attack as well. And so I was just constantly dashing and auto attacking. It was crazy. Hades is downloading right now. Nice. The first one's really good. The second one's even better because it's more of the same, except they made it more, they added more uniqueness, and there's also it's just more polished. Anyway, both games really fun. Definitely recommend them, especially if you like action RPGs like Diablo and that kind of stuff. This is about what I was expecting for the poll. This was about what I was expecting. I know I've been, I work every day to maintain balance because it's an ongoing process. It's always something that you're always in the act of rebalancing. Those little tiny adjustments. Like when you're driving a car and your hand is kind of going like, without you even really having to think about it. It's just making all of these micro adjustments. That's maintaining balance. Micro adjustments. Avoid overcorrections. Just like driving a car, you don't want to overcorrect, because that's how you end up in the ditch. It is difficult for me. I feel balanced and then things happen and I am not anymore and then I'm starting over. What if I told you that's exactly how it's supposed to work? Finding balance isn't about maintaining balance 100% of the time. It's about how quickly am I able to rebalance myself whenever life throws me off balance. Whether it be somebody trying to start shit with me or an awkwardly placed pebble on the sidewalk. The good thing is that when you get better at rebalancing yourself, you will be balanced more often. And that's what it's all about, is trying to be balanced more often and avoid moments where I feel out of balance. They are still going to happen, but they will be more manageable. You get knocked down, you get back up again, etc. Repeat ad nauseum. Maintaining balance is all about constant tiny readjustments. Precisely, and we're going to talk about that today in the presentation. Because one of the most common problems that I've seen people bump into is whenever they are trying to rebalance themselves, they overcorrect. Like maybe you're feeling unfulfilled in life, or maybe your hairline is receding, or maybe you're a few pounds overweight, or maybe, you know, fill in the blank. Any number of the shitty problems that life will throw at people. And in response to that, you do something that goes beyond what a healthy correction would be. Like maybe getting more exercise, or going to therapy, or spending more time with your friends and loved ones, or, you know, working on your self-confidence, you know, like minor little adjustments. We often overcorrect, like, I'm gonna get a lease on a sports car. I'm gonna get a big tattoo right on my neck. And I don't mean that about every neck tattoo. If you have a neck tattoo, it looks great. It works with you. You pull it off. You pull it off. Or plucking your eyebrows to nothing. Another good example. Does anybody else have any directions of how we overcorrect? It's something that we do. Driving in the car is a really good example, like driving on the highway. Like your hands are always making these minor little corrections to the steering wheel. You know, as the wind blows your car around, or, you know, as you're trying to just make sure you stay between the dotted lines. And then what happens? Something pops up. Oh shit, there's something on the road. And then you overcorrect. And then you spin out, and then you wind up in the ditch. That's how it goes in life, too. When I feel like I ate too much one day, I eat like nothing the next day. I have some good news for you. We are not in war currently, so we don't need to ration. We don't need to skip every other day. So at ease, soldier. Eat when you're hungry, and don't eat when you're not hungry. That's what I've found works best for me. The important distinction is learning to find the difference between actual hunger and boredom. Because most of the time, you're probably just thirsty. Getting hurt by one person and cutting off everyone, another good example. It's kind of like self-harm in a way, you know, because we don't always, like, when people think self-harm, they normally think of like physical acts of self-harm, but there are so many different ways that we will self-harm. Sometimes we do it in our relationships. Sometimes we push people away. Sometimes we turn away help. We cut people off. We isolate ourselves. You know, sometimes humans, we just want to punish ourselves when we feel like we've been naughty. Rebound relationships. There you go. You get out of a few year-long relationship. Then you end up in a relationship with, you know, a fire dancer at the circus. Another great example. Another great example. I hope what you're noticing here is that overcorrection, it happens. It's what happens in those moments when you feel like, oh shit, something's coming at me fast, I gotta get out of the way. And then in dodging the object that's coming your way, you end up, running into a tree. My last rebound relationship lasted 4 years longer than the original relationship. Congratulations on your ability to try to make it work. You know what? I have a business proposition. Anybody want to go into business? I have an idea. We make relationship medals that you can, like little pins, like, oh, like how in the armed forces they have all those. Oh yeah, this one was when we saw combat at this village. This one was when we blew up that school. This one, the tank rolled over. The tank got flipped over. That was kind of crazy. This one's for some drone strikes. You know how the military will do that kind of stuff. Like, what if you could have that, except it was for all of the shit that you had to deal with in some of your past relationships? Like, oh, they've got the medal for the toxic parenthood. Like, so anyway, you want to go into business? Hit me up. Be a 5-star general. All the combat I've seen, I've been out there in the trenches. I've worked my way up through the ranks. Now here I am. Are we ready to find balance? If you're not ready, I can wait. I'm just sitting here. What's that? You are ready? Well, alright then, let's get into it. By me, I'm just waiting to see if anybody's planning on subscribing. I don't want anybody to, just go ahead and take your chance to. Maybe we could wait till the end. Maybe you can hold them till the end. If you just can't wait but subscribe right now, just go ahead and get it out of the way. And then we'll get through the presentation, and then if you just really liked it so much that you want to subscribe, then you can do that then. I'm ready to get going. Let's get started. How to find balance. Let's talk about balance. Edinbo, thank you for the 10 months. Peak cinema, as the kids would say. We actually just were ready. Which is why it would be really nice if we got started. Alright, I'm just messing around. Let's get into it. If you're like me, you've probably heard a lot of people remind you throughout your life of the importance of balance. You've probably heard somebody, telling you need to stay grounded. You just need to find balance. You can't let those things throw you off. Just take some time for yourself. But what do these things really mean? What does finding balance really mean? What do you mean, stay grounded? Do I just sit here on the ground, do nothing? Is that how you do it? I don't fucking know. What do you mean, ground myself? Have to go to my room? Have to take my phone away? Can't get on the computer? I've realized the importance of balance more as I've gotten older. Balance is very important to us. One very easy way to remind yourself of this is to get up and spin around in circles. Or spin around in your chair, and then try to walk in a straight line. Think about how much of your body is dedicated to maintaining that equilibrium, that sense of balance and centeredness. It actually helped me keep track of my hours spent behind a PC. It's good to keep track of stuff. Sometimes we get carried away, or sometimes we're spending too much time doing stuff. I used to spend too much time at the computer. Now I try to spend the right amount of time at the computer. Can't blame people. We do love to compute. I don't need to be sitting like this all day. Sometimes we think of balance as this perfect place where everything is great, everything is, every detail. Everything is as it should be, and it will be this way forever. That's not what balance is all about. It's about finding harmony between the three main aspects of your person. In seeking balance, we're trying to find alignment within our body, our mind, and our spirit. And we don't want any one of those parts dominating the others. I just want to make a quick note for my atheists and agnostics out there, because I know you guys like to be like, that sounds mystical. When we say spirit, think of enthusiasm, think of connection, think of awe, think of belonging, think of community. The things that go beyond your body and mind, the things that exist all around you that you can interconnect with, the things that are bigger than you. So it doesn't have to do anything with belief or faith or religion or dogma or anything like that. It's something that kind of goes beyond ourselves, wanting to feel like we're giving back to the community, wanting to feel like we belong and that we're understood and that we're connected. So today what we're going to do is we're going to explore the importance of balance in each of these three areas. And we're going to talk about some ways that we can restore it that feels both personal and authentic. Because when it comes to finding balance, it's all about finding your balance. You are the person that is most well suited to finding what that is. Because balance might look a little bit differently from person to person. Maybe you love to run, and you know what helps you to feel balanced is you get up at 5 a.m. and you go for a run every day. That to me, you know, could I learn to love it? Theoretically, but right now that sounds like torture. And so, what it takes to find balance in your life is going to be catered to you. And you're the best person for the job. Because nobody knows what your tastes are like you do. Nobody knows what your dreams and aspirations are like you do. Nobody knows what type of person you want to be more than you. So let's get into it. Disagree? Care to elaborate? Or are we just disagreeing for fun? What's funny is that we had it's true and disagree at the same second. Don't you just love how unique people are? So, what does balance really mean? Let's go ahead and define it a little bit more thoroughly. It's important to understand that balance is a dynamic process. This means that it's constantly shifting and adjusting in response to life's changes. Life is always moving, and so are we. Now, what was balanced for you in college or in college age, you know, your early 20s, what was balanced for you then will not be the same as what is balanced for you when you're 40. You know, pulling all-nighters and drinking 3 Red Bulls a day and eating nothing but pizza. As an atheistic Buddhist, I find it weird when atheists can't understand spirit and don't believe that your brain and sense of self are intrinsically connected to your body and its functions. You're right. Western psychology promotes, you know, a distinction between body and mind, and, you know, we try to study the psyche as if it's, you know, a tangible object. We're trying to, you know, quantify things that are inherently inquantifiable. Now, doing this has brought a lot of understanding because it's meant experiments, it's meant trials, it's meant research. And so we've learned a lot about how the psyche works in our Western perspective, but you're always going to be missing a piece of the puzzle until, you know, you're able to see the bigger picture. There are just going to be some things that science cannot explain. I never know when I'm balanced because I'm in a constant state of, I have no clue what I want, I just know it's not this. Then you gotta go find it. That is the feeling of trying to rebalance yourself in action. It's trying to get you to move on to the next one. Like, no, not this. Skip. On to the next one. Until you find where you're like, oh yeah, that's the stuff. I mean, you don't know what my health will look like in my 40s. Maybe I will be doing that. You know, more power to you. My GI tract could never. But yeah, anyway, in Western approaches, the concept of anything spiritual is often dismissed or thrown out as being mystical or magical or tied into religion when that's not necessarily true. Because there's more to it than that, and that's what's important to recognize and lean into. Because if you just dismiss that entire aspect from your life, then it's going to be really hard to find that balance. Because you're only solving 2/3 of the puzzle. And you're like, what's supposed to go here? We kind of talked about this earlier. Finding balance isn't about staying perfectly centered. And I feel like we sometimes can think of it as that. You know, it's like, I'll feel balanced when everything is perfect. I'll feel balanced when I got the money, the car, the charisma, all of it. Whenever everything is perfect, then I will feel balanced. But that's not what it's about. Because if you're only going to allow yourself to feel balanced whenever everything is perfect, then you are never going to feel balanced. Balance is about how you return to that center whenever you drift in the wrong direction. Whenever you feel yourself slipping. Whenever you're digging too hard into your vices. You know? Whenever you're binging on stuff. Video games, TV, whatever. Internet drama, doom scrolling, instead of doing stuff that would actually serve you. It's a topic for another day, so this point is really, neither here nor there. But our dopamine addiction can really interfere with our balance. Because if we're living life just after that pursuit of constant dopamine, then we're never going to stay on the path. We're always going to be running off the path. We're like, ooh, what's that? Ooh, is that a berry? Ooh, a piece of candy? Ooh. What you've noticed in life, because I'm going to make an assumption here, you've probably noticed this, in those moments when you go off balance, don't you feel it immediately? Isn't it very fast-acting imbalance? Have we gone over the presentation over the dopamine doom scrolling thing? That one's going to be coming up. We could probably do that this week. We're going to do a series of presentations where we explore Eastern philosophies regarding like psychology and stuff. We're going to help to bridge the gap between East and West. And that's going to be coming up here in probably another week or two. We'll try to have it done by next week. But either way, it's going to be like a 5-part series, so I'm trying to figure out how we break that up. CatDev says no, and some people said yes. Here's the thing, you're both right. You're both right. Sometimes when you go out of balance, you notice right away. It really impacts you. It really throws you off. Sometimes it's such a slow, gradual shift that you might not always notice that you're falling out of balance until suddenly you're over here and you're like, this isn't right. Something's off here. We need to... It differs from person to person. It's true. It depends on your resilience. It depends on your support system. It depends on if all of your physical needs are being met. It depends. But what normally hits us is fatigue. We might immediately notice, I feel tired all the time, no matter how much I sleep, or no matter how much I rest, I'm just somehow always exhausted. Maybe it comes out as irritability, maybe we get a little snappy, or maybe we feel a little bit anxious. Maybe we're a little jumpy. Or maybe we just feel kind of disconnected from the world, or from other people, or even from ourselves. I have chronic pain and I notice an increase in pain when I'm not doing well mentally. There's a lot to think about there. There's a lot to think about there. There's a lesson to be learned about how our brain responds to pain. And there's also a lesson about how physical pain can worsen under mental stress. You know, your body and mind, they're always looking out for each other, and they will share the load. You know, like Sam and Frodo, they'll share the load. Try to think of balance as something that gives you adaptability. You know, it's something that allows you to go with the flow. It's not this thing that needs to be perpetually maintained. It's not this grand sculpture that's going to stand the test of time. It's a boat that I'm going to sail down the river. And I want to make sure that I don't get any more water in the boat than I absolutely have to. You can also think of balance as a sort of interplay, a sort of dance between all of these different parts of yourself. As life shifts, you're constantly making little tiny adjustments. Something we're going to talk about is micro adjustments. And that makes me think of a DJ. You know, you ever seen a DJ? They're just... So why is balance so important? Let's touch on this real quick. Balance gives you resilience. That's your ability to bend without breaking. When you're balanced, you're able to respond to life rather than react to it, which is something we've talked about before, the difference between responding and reacting. If you think back to all of the times in which your own decisions or your own actions have gotten you into trouble, it was probably during moments in which you were reactive, rather than in the moments when you took time to sit there and just, hold on, let me think about this for a minute. How do I want to respond? It's just about taking more time to put thought into your actions. And it's easier to do that when we're balanced because we're not getting pulled in one direction. I noticed I respond better when I wait. One of the things that I'll do sometimes is I will type out my angry response first. My initial angry response, I will type that first, and then I will just let it sit there for a minute, and I'll wait, because I'm not going to send it yet. I just needed to get that out. That was just my reaction. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, you just needed to get that out. But I'm not going to send it. I'm just acknowledging that that feeling did briefly pop up, and then okay, let's do a draft number 2. Hey, just so you know, we'll be much nicer this time around. Another good way to respond instead of react is to just take some time, take a moment to give yourself a nice big sigh. You know, just whenever you start to notice the irritation build within, that's a great way to... say something like, Lord have mercy. Jesus fucking Christ. Balance feels really great because there have probably been moments in your life where you did feel really balanced, and those are probably some of the nicest moments of your life. There were those moments when your internal alignment of your thoughts and your feelings and your actions were all in support of one another. Things just made sense. You know, some of you might be very familiar with that feeling. Maybe you had moments where, you know, you were able to get comfortable in that feeling. Maybe some of us have only had little glimpses. But I feel like pretty much everybody has experienced this to some degree. At some point, even if it was just for a moment. And it definitely would be a moment that you remember because it was probably one of the best days of your life. That total internal alignment. It's a peak experience. It's peak cinema, kids. Can it be a moment? It can be a moment. It can be the vibe. It can be trending. Can it be a moment? Yes, absolutely. It's kind of like cracking a window open. It's like, okay, you got a moment, now you know that it exists, and now you gotta learn how to open the window, and then you gotta learn how to, you know, help the window stay open. Athletes when they are in the zone. Yeah, good example. You're in that flow state. What you've also probably noticed is that in those moments when you feel out of balance, even something small that's stressful feels overwhelming. I've been there, but I don't want to, I don't want to assume for anybody else, but I figure most of us have had those moments when we're like, you were just having one of those days. You're cussing out people in traffic, or you're, you know, you throw something. You're like, God damn it. It's just one of those days. It's just one of those days when you don't want to wake up, everybody sucks, everything is fucked. It's just one of those days. That's been happening to me, just insignificant things making me very upset because I am upset over bigger things. It's okay to be upset at the bigger things, but we don't need to let that bleed into the little things. The little things we can laugh off. Being in nature makes it easier for me to find that balance. True. Love being in nature. I have a tip. I have something you could try. The next time you find yourself being, the next time you find yourself over responding to something that isn't that big of a deal, like the anger level of this event is like a 2, like you dropped something, like nothing broke, but you just dropped it. Now I got to go pick it up. It wasn't even that big of a deal. I was like, it's fine, but I got to bend over. It went under the couch. It's like a 2, but you're coming in at like a 7. You're like, God fucking shit. God. A tip. If you ever find yourself in that situation, laugh at how angry you're getting. Laugh at yourself. Like, isn't that so fucking funny that I'm so angry at something so silly? That's kind of funny. And so it works. What you'll notice is that will very quickly dampen the fuse. It's like a complete 180 pivot away from anger, and now you're back in control of the situation. I love laughing at myself. If you learn to laugh at yourself, you'll never run out of stuff to laugh at. To see how dumb you're acting, right? And that's the thing. You're just acting. You're just acting. You're just playing a part. And right now, you're overselling it. You're getting a little too angry. It's like, yeah, the script called for you to drop the pen and for it to roll under the couch. But, you're really over-delivering on the anger response, so can you dial that back a little bit? Like, maybe you just give a sigh and a chuckle instead of, like, cursing existence and, screaming. As an actor, you need to remember to take feedback from your director. And the good news is that the director is also you. You're both. Weird how that works. I have a hard time laughing at myself since I've been laughed at so often. It's kind of a way to take your power back, though, isn't it? It's a great way to rewire the way that your brain responds to you being funny. Because people laughing at you can feel really nice, especially when you're doing it intentionally. If you want, remind me later, and I'll tell you my technique for laugh practice. It's actually really funny. Remind me and I'll tell you later. I want to get back into this Prezi. But anyway, you've probably noticed that when you are imbalanced, even small stressors will really throw you off. Whenever you restore that balance, everything feels great. Life feels open. I feel connected. I feel hopeful. Life feels full of possibility and wonder. So, balance is really important. I would even go so far as to argue that it's probably one of the single most important things that I can think of. It's up there with love. It's like love and balance. That's like top 2. So let's start with the body. The body, that's your foundation. That's your frame. That's the part of you that's feeding you all of the sensory information for everything that's happening around you. Every sound, every sight, every taste, every touch. It's all fed into your brain thanks to these sensory devices on your body. Oh, ah, ooh, ah. What you'll notice is that since your body is the one that handles all of the sensory information, it's often the first one to notice that something is off balance. So let's talk about some signs of physical imbalance. Let's talk about some signs that your body is out of balance. You might be feeling chronically exhausted. You might just be tired all the time, no matter how much sleep I'm getting. You know? Maybe I'm not even doing all that much. Maybe I just kind of hang out all day. Maybe I sit at a desk, and then I sit in a car, and then I sit at home. I don't know why I'm so tired all the time. So I don't feel good because I'm emotionally unbalanced? That's not what we're trying to say. What we're trying to say is take all things into consideration, the body, the mind, and the spirit. Because in reality, it's probably, if you're out of balance, it's probably a little bit of each. Sometimes one might be higher than the others, but for the most part, when we're feeling out of balance, it's like, but again, it's not about everything being perfect. It's about how well do you rebalance. And so let's not focus so much on how out of balance I am. Let's not focus so much on how out of balance I am. How, because that's kind of looking at it from a self-defeating angle. We're just kind of, hyper-focusing on our shortcomings. What we want to try to look at is what could bring me closer to the center. Because that's all that matters. Understanding how messed up you are or how messed up you feel, that's only the starting point. We don't need to dig any deeper into that. We need to try to focus on what can bring us back to the center. What is it that can bring me back to feeling balanced in all aspects of my life? That makes sense. No need to quantify if we're going to fix it. True. It's like you go into a car mechanic and you're like, hey, there's a weird sound coming from under the hood. Can you take a look at it? And they're like, sure. And then they do their thing and they fix it. and they're like, hey, yeah, so here's what was going on. This thing happened, and then because of that, all these things happen, and you're like, very, very nice. Okay. I'm not going to remember any of this because I don't know anything about cars, but I appreciate you explaining to me all of the details of how exactly my car was making a weird noise. Like, it doesn't really matter so much unless you're a mechanic to know all of those details. It just matters about the car not making the noise anymore. I don't need to feel so bad about where I'm at right now because I'm too focused on getting better. Hyper-focusing on how messed up you feel doesn't really do much to help you. It normally just takes you deeper down in that hole. You'll just keep kicking yourself until you're, oh wow, here. It's usually them explaining how a simple cheap fix cascaded into a huge repair bill. Yep. They're like, well, you see, the manufacturer, they put your thing in a really weird spot on the engine block, so it's gonna be a very time-intensive repair. Anyway. Here are some signs that you might be physically, like, here are some things to look out for that are indicators that you might be physically out of balance. You're feeling exhausted all the time, you're not sleeping well, you're feeling that chronic sort of tension. You know, maybe you've got aches or tightness in your body, or maybe even chronic pain. Or you're ignoring your physical needs. You know, you're not eating enough, you're not eating healthy foods, you're just, you know, or you're not taking good care of your tidiness, your hygiene, you know, So here are some tips for how you can return to balance within your body. We want to try to listen to our body because it's always trying to communicate to us. It's constantly communicating to us through our energy levels, through our appetite, through pain that we might be feeling, through feelings of restlessness or agitation. Your body's sending you so much information, and your brain's like, what do I do with all this? How do I just papers everywhere? It's like SpongeBob when he's in the brain and it's the factory and everything's on fire. Your body is constantly trying to communicate to you, so listen to it. That's a great way to figure out what it is that you need. So if you feel restless, maybe you need to get up and maybe you need a change of environment. Maybe you need to go for a little walk. Maybe you need to, you know, go to the park, you know, just get up and get around. Maybe you want to go to at home. Maybe you want to buy some Halloween decorations. You know, if you have tightness or tension in your body, that's your body trying to say, hey, you need to get up and stretch. You need to get up and move around a little bit. You can't be sitting at that chair all day. Your body's sending you all this information because it's trying to tell you what it needs. The closer you listen to it, the better you'll be able to attend to those needs. It's important that we nourish our bodies. Nourish. That's, I don't know. That word always just kind of, flourish. You need to give your body what you need. You need to give your body what it needs. Your body likes to have a little bit of light exercise. It likes to have some movement. It likes to get up and walk around. It needs good hydration. Gotta make sure you're drinking that water. It needs that rest. And it needs mindful eating. You know, if I'm hungry, what have I had to eat today? What sort of nutrients might I be needing? You know, should I need to eat something that, you know, fuels my body in the way that it needs fuel. Lots of these things just sound like forms of loving yourself. Taking good care of something is a great way to show love, whether it be yourself, whether it be the garden in your backyard, whether it be your cat. Like treating yourself better, and then maybe you will be better. You're getting it. You're getting it. You're getting it, because here's the thing. Body, mind, and spirit, they're all connected. Right? They all play off of one another. They're not so separate and distinct. When we take better care of our body, that's also helping us to take care of our mind, because you're now treating yourself like someone that's deserving of proper care. If you're just letting everything rot, you know, if you're just letting everything fall apart around you, what is that doing to you mentally? You know, what does that say about how you should take care of yourself? And so when you take good care of yourself physically, it helps you to rewire how you feel about how you deserve to be treated, which is an important mental shift. And so they're all interconnected. Working on one helps all of them. And working on all of them is how you find balance. Your body is an ecosystem. That's a good way to put it. It's an ecosystem. Just like our bodies, ecosystems also need balance. You can't have too many predators. You can't have too many pests. You can't have too many of one thing, otherwise the ecosystem collapses. Metaphors today have been great. And it really reinforces how balance is something that doesn't just exist within us. It's not just something we need. Our planet needs it. If we were not at the balanced point in the rotation around our sun, we would be too hot or too cold, and life might not have ever formed. If we didn't have our moon, then there might not have been any life developing in our ocean, because the water may have just been stagnant and lifeless. But the movement allowed proliferation and oxygenation, and it's important to recognize that even our place on this planet, in this galaxy, like that all relies on a very delicate balance as well. And so balance is important for everything, both within you, above you, and below you. A really important aspect of maintaining your body's balance is to recognize and respect your internal rhythm. We all have these natural flows to our energy. Sometimes we'll be more energetic, sometimes we'll be less energetic. It's like the tide. It comes in, it goes out. Can't explain that. It's a dated reference. You don't have to force productivity out of yourself when your body is asking for rest. You don't have to push yourself to the point of exhaustion or injury. You can actually get more done and be more productive when you take healthy breaks. And lastly, it's also something we also want to consider is what is it that we do throughout the day that is a form of a ritual? What is it that I hold sacred? What is it that, I do ritualistically to remind myself that I care about myself? Taking time to stretch, going for walks, practicing slow breathing, maybe taking a bath, spending some time in nature. Anything that helps you come back to yourself. Taking a nice hot shower. Spending time playing with your dog. Smoking a cig. Smoking a cig, we'll count it, but that's basically just breath work with training wheels. I am great at mental breaks, but physical breaks are hard for me for some reason. Physical breaks can look different depending on who you are, or maybe, maybe just listen to your body and see what it is that makes it hard to wind down physically. Like, do I have a restlessness? Is there something within me that's bothering me, or is sore, or is there something that's tight and I need to unwind? It's so hard to accept rest/breaks, especially when your on weeks are so productive, and this current system of economy does not appreciate rest periods. Right? Which is why class consciousness is important, which is why we recognize that we are the working class and we need solidarity if we're going to get anything to change. Otherwise, they're gonna whip us until we're dead, or they're gonna find robots to replace us. Why not both? Why not both? They'll probably invent a robot that whips you for them so they don't have to whip you. Onward to the mind. Part 2 of the problem. So what is the mind's job? Well, the body is out there picking up on all this sensory information, right? Your body's out there trying to figure out, what the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is going on all around me? This shit's crazy. This thing's soft, this thing's hard, this thing's sticky. Huh. This shit's crazy. So anyway, what does the mind do? The mind's job is to interpret all of that data. It's trying to interpret all of the information that your body is sending it, and it's trying to figure out, what do I do with all this? Some of this is important, some of this is probably meaningless. Yeah, what do I do with all this shit? And so sometimes what happens is our mind becomes overloaded, and that throws us off balance. Have you ever just had too much stuff going on? Have you ever just had too much to think about? And so your brain just kind of blue screens? Could be a sign that your mind is out of balance. Here are some signs of imbalance in the mind. You might notice yourself having racing thoughts. So anyway, I gotta get this thing done, but then I gotta make sure that I do this thing because so-and-so is gonna be there, and if so-and-so is there, then I gotta make sure that this thing happens, and if that thing happens, then I gotta make sure that I do this, but then in this case, like, well, I gotta make sure that I don't do that. Anyway, so by the way, I gotta watch out for those while I'm doing it, and I gotta make sure that I got this done by this time, but oh, I gotta make sure I do this thing first. Oh my god. It's like having an auctioneer in your mind. But I got a 12, and I got a 12, and a 12, and a 12, and I'm gonna get a 12, 15, 12, 15, 12, 15, I got a 12, 15, gonna get to 1300, 1300, yeah, 1300 over here. Like, slow it down a little bit. It also leads into overthinking, which isn't the same thing as racing thoughts, because overthinking can occur at the speed of normal thought. It just means that you're just looking for things, like you're looking under every rock, you're exploring every possible angle. Like, you went out, you hung out with friends, everybody had a good time, everybody was smiling and laughing, and you're like, I'm just not sure if these people like me. Type shit. They all hate me, I know it. Yep, and that's why they hung out with you. And that's why they were smiling and laughing and having a good time, is because they secretly hate you so much. I'm sure that must be it. It couldn't just be that I'm possibly a little insecure. No. Not me. I'm the most secure person that's ever existed. I would not be so foolish. These people are actually just Machiavellian evildoers who are out to harm me by pretending to be my friend. I'm not the problem, everyone else is. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. You know, that's kind of how we put it. Like, Yep, all of my friends, they secretly hate me. Then when you think about it, it's like, I'm just sitting here thinking about how all my friends secretly hate me. How would that make them feel? They were trying to be friendly with me. They were trying to be my friend, and here I am sussing them out. Here I am thinking that there's some evildoer that's just out to fool me, and that they secretly hate me. Wow, that would probably upset them if they realized that this is how I thought about them. So maybe, you know what, maybe I'll just be nice. Maybe I'll just try to enjoy it. Maybe we'll just take things as they are, and we won't look into it too much. We often overthink as a way to try to make ourselves feel better about stuff, but I don't think it's ever worked, actually. Have you ever been able to overthink your way into feeling better? Overthinking always takes you to a place of feeling worse. Or avoid the whole hangout thing so you don't have to worry about it. But now I have to worry about the fact that I have abandoned all of my friends because I thought that they all secretly hated me. And now they all think that I hate them because I'm not hanging out with them anymore. If you're being friendly, there's no reason why these people wouldn't want to be your friend. Friends come in all shapes and sizes. There's nothing saying that they can't be friends with a person like you. And it all becomes real. Exactly, it's a good example of a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's a great example of a self-fulfilling prophecy, overthinking to yourself that everybody that likes you actually hates you. That's a great way to make that actually happen. Because if you feel like everybody that knows you secretly hates you, then you're gonna act in such a way that you are suspicious of this person, that you are mistrustful of this person, and that's gonna make them less likely to open up to you or to like you or to want to spend time with you, because you're always gonna be sussing them out. And they're gonna wonder, I wonder if they don't. I think they don't. They might not like me all that much. And so then they might not want to hang out with you because they're worried that you don't like them. And how can you blame them based on how you've been treating them? If you want to make friends, all you gotta do is be friendly. If they can't take it, or if you're not their thing, that's fine. You'll find different friends. Just keep being friendly. Like I've been avoiding people. Human connection is really important type shit. Some other signs of mental imbalance include rigidity. What do we mean when we say rigidity? If this was a classroom, I would call on somebody. If this was a classroom, I would call on somebody and be like, what do I mean when I say rigidity? Anyone? I'm just going to continue to hydrate while you figure it out. Firm and not flexible, stuck in repetitive habits, unable to switch behavior. Those are all good examples of rigidity. And that's what we do when we're feeling burnt out or when we're feeling out of balance mentally. We just get stuck. It feels like Groundhog Day. Every day I wake up and it's the same day. Examples. All right. So here are some tips on how to restore your mind's balance. What's important for your mind is space. Just like your body needs space to get up and move around and stretch, your mind needs space too. It needs room to think. And we create this spaciousness for ourselves by practicing things like mindfulness, meditation, journaling, or just taking quiet moments to just let your thoughts settle. Like, I'm just gonna sit here and not think anything for a few minutes. I'm just gonna stare off at those trees over there. I'm just gonna watch the sunset. I'm just gonna kind of disconnect for a minute. Anyone who's ever had a shitty living situation, whether it be a terrible roommate or a shitty partner or family member or whatever, you can probably understand the importance of mental space. Something else to take into consideration in regards to your mind is to consider what it is that I am inputting into my mind. Our brains are very powerful. They're pretty good computers, right? But even the best computer can get overloaded when there's too much information on the table. And so too much information creates noise. If you want to improve your mental balance, consider filtering the things that you allow yourself to input into your mind. Spend less time doom scrolling. Try to avoid multitasking. Or maybe take some time to tidy up some of that mental clutter. What are some good examples of mental clutter? Things that you need to get done, things that you've been meaning to get around to, problems that you've been working through. You know, find those things that you can do something about and work through and take care of so that it's one less thing off your plate. What is doom scrolling? Just mindlessly scrolling on your phone. Sometimes you'll find yourself doing it and you're not even looking at what you're scrolling. You're just scrolling until you feel the dopamine hit and then you're like, huh. Or you blow air out of your nose. You're just continuing to swipe until you feel something. That's doom scrolling. I guess I did that during COVID. We've all done it. They made it so easy to do with these devices. They made it very easy to do with these. It's built for it, actually. Infinite content feed. I just gotta keep scrolling and it'll keep finding different shit for me to look at, and I just need to keep scrolling until I find something that makes me feel something. Human brain contains approximately 86 billion neurons. The AMD Ryzen 9 contains a total of approximately 16.63 billion transistors. Still gapping PC hard. True, and it gets even more complicated when you think about how neurons are not binary. Because neurons can connect to multiple other neurons. And so it's not a binary flip. Our current, CPU processing is still a binary system until they make a quantum computer or something. Anyway, your neurons form this crazy complicated web. So we're possible of lines of thinking that just definitely outpace a computer based on processing power. Pretty cool, huh? You've got 3.5 pounds of electrified jelly in your brain, and it's pretty cool. A lot of tech companies realize that outrage and anger leads to longer, more engagement from users over positive content. It's true. Doesn't that kind of piss you off, too? Doesn't that kind of piss you off that the people who design these apps, they know that shit that pisses you off is going to make you more likely to use the app for longer? And so they're just intentionally pissing you off so that they can get more ad dollars out of you? That's why I believe Mark Zuckerberg is a lizard, because that's lizard behavior. You gotta think like a lizard to design a system like that. That's just not human. That's lizard behavior. That's some shit a lizard would do. just telling my friend it feels like the internet is just a place to go get mad. It kind of is, and when you recognize that, you can use it that way. So in moments when I'm like, huh, I kind of need to get the fire going within me, let me scroll on social media for a little bit. Like, god damn, what the fuck is happening now? Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm done. Let's go mow the yard. All right. Back to the presentation. Okay. All right. Let's recenter. Reframing is another great way to maintain balance within your mind. Not every thought that you have deserves to be a belief. And so if you find yourself making assumptions about yourself, if you find yourself sticking to these narratives about yourself, like, oh, I'm just a stinky, poopy baby. I'm just a little worm. I'm never gonna be nobody. We gotta challenge that. We gotta reframe that narrative. We gotta challenge these assumptions and practice giving ourselves some grace, which just means giving yourself room to be human, to make mistakes, to learn, to grow. Just because you feel it doesn't mean you are that, right? A good example would be, look at how many people go on American Idol because they feel like they're good singers. But just because you feel like you're a good singer doesn't mean you are a good singer. At least to American Idol standards. That's American Idol standards. My standards on singing are actually much lower. I think you just, as long as you are singing, that's good for me. Like, if you are singing, I love it. I'm here for it. I'm glad that you're doing it. Another great way to help find balance in your mind is to engage with your curiosity. Curiosity is something that you can actually practice. You know, normally we get caught in these loops of being very judgmental. And so instead of being judgmental, which means just being very firm, being very definitive, you know, like, this is who I am, this is me, I'm never gonna be anybody. Like, that's being very judgmental. But instead, we want to try to be more curious. I wonder what it would be like if I were to do this. Can curiosity be too stupid? Sometimes, but there's no way to find that out until afterwards. Alternatively, you can run it by somebody that you trust and say, is this a stupid idea? You know, you run it by somebody that you trust. Like, do you think this is a good idea? You get feedback. You learn from doing stupid things too, which is true, and it's important to learn, but that doesn't mean that I have to be stupid all day. I will learn from those moments when I have to. But I'm not here to be any stupider than I actually absolutely have to be. I've seen American Idol deny people who are genuinely good at singing. Yeah, American Idol sucks. I think they should have canceled it after the first season, because we did it. We found the American Idol, and it was Kelly Clarkson. And so why did we continue after that? We didn't need to. Just wanted to let you know that my ex moved out and your advice helped tame my OCD. Thank you. That deserves a yee-haw. I'm glad to hear it, partner. Let's get those W's going. I avoid getting mad on the internet at all costs, but my government is sending every number daily SMS messages every time they turn off mobile data, reminding me of what is going on. Puts me off balance every time. You know what's nice to do sometimes? Go out without a phone. I know, it's crazy to even think about. But sometimes it's nice to just leave the phone at home and just go for a walk. Or go for... I like to just leave my phone at home and go for a scooter ride. What I find really funny is how scary the idea of leaving our phone at home is when we literally did that for thousands of years. That was the norm. Carrying your phone with you everywhere has only been normalized, within our lifetime. Like, even if you're in a situation where you don't feel safe and you're like, what good is your phone realistically gonna do? Like, okay, I'm gonna call the police? Like, oh, like that's gonna help. Like, what are they gonna get here if they decide to show up at all? If fear is ending up in an emergency situation and being unable to call for help. Well, what I learned in CPR training was to be assertive and to say, hey, you there, in the blue shirt, call 911, this person's having a heart attack. Because if you just say, somebody, call 911, nobody's going to call 911. You have to be very descriptive, and you have to tell somebody specifically to call 911. That's what they taught me in CPR class. Like, you, call 911, you! Go get the I forget what it's called. The little electronic machine that keeps the you know the thing that they got them hanging all over the place. It's got the lightning bolt on it. Go grab that thing. The AED. The AED. Go grab that thing. Yeah, there you go. See, you knew what I was talking about. Alternatively, you could just get a whistle. You could get a whistle. You could get pepper spray. You could get all manners of fun little self-defense objects. As safe as our phone makes us feel, it doesn't really provide us the safety that we think it does. Unless we're like out in the wilderness and there's nobody else around. If we're in a place where there's gonna be other people, then it probably doesn't matter because somebody's got a phone. But if you're out there in the wild and you're like, I need to call rescue services. Let me try to find some bars. I guess I'm gonna climb up that hill before my battery dies. All right. Just to wrap this up before we move on to the next one. Mental balance. It's about finding space for yourself, filtering what it is that we're taking in. Am I feeding my brain the equivalent of McDonald's? Just think about that. Am I feeding my brain the equivalent of pizza and french fries? Because that's what social media is. Like, oh, a video of somebody cutting sand next to Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about how black holes work. Wow, that's great. Two things for the price of one. Therapist and I go for walks without our phones. It feels liberating. It really is. It really is. It would surprise you just how much anxiety is tied into the device that's supposed to be keeping you safe. Black holes are cool though. I know. They're wild. Which is why I'm going to spend the next 4 hours watching clips of people explaining science to me, while there's another half of the video that's somebody doing an oddly satisfying, they're squishing a ball and there's little beads coming out of it, or they're cutting wax. I don't know about you, but that type of content makes me feel like a goddamn lab rat. It does. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, we can't even watch one video at a time anymore. Our attention span is that cooked. We can't even watch one video at a time. I gotta watch 2 things at once. I gotta maximize my time. Did this happen to us? I blame social media mostly. Social media has rendered a remarkable amount of damage onto the average attention span. All right, we've talked about the body, we've talked about the mind, and so we're 2/3 of the way there. We're 2/3 of the way there. We need to talk about the spirit. We need to talk about the connector. Now, I prefaced this presentation by talking about this, but I'm going to talk about it again, because the last thing that I want is somebody who, doesn't adhere to any type of religion or spiritual belief. Like, that's okay. Because spirit within this context doesn't mean religion. It's instead about finding things that are beyond you. Finding connection, finding meaning, presence. It's the part of you that seeks out awe. It's the part of you that seeks out gratitude and compassion and belonging. And these all kind of transcend the body and mind. And so that's why we put them into the category of spirit. And so while a lot of you might hear the word spirit and you think, oh, mysticism, magic, it's not that. You see what I mean? I just don't want anybody to get turned off by the word, because that really does happen. Like, I was an addiction counselor, and I've had people tell me, like, yeah, I don't want to go to AA because there's this whole spiritual component. And I was like, I like mysticism, makes life feel more whimsical again for me. It's important to note that I'm not anti-whimsy. I'm pro-whimsy. I think mysticism is fun. I agree with you. But I understand how some people are put off by it, and I don't want to lose any of them because they're like, what's all this woo-woo shit? What's all this woo-woo shit going on over here? Here are some signs that you might be feeling spiritually out of balance. Maybe you feel a sense of emptiness. Maybe you feel disconnected. Maybe you find yourself feeling cynical or even nihilistic. Or maybe you're having a hard time finding a sense of meaning within yourself or within life. And I don't know about you, but I feel like this is one... I feel like this is an area where a lot of people are suffering, and part of the reason why that is because there's such a disenfranchisement from the concept of a spirit anyway. We've got too many Reddit atheists out there, you know, cringing at the thought of anything, any mention of the word spirit. Sugar Biscuit, thank you for that sub. This is a topic that we'll also get more into when we do our multi-part presentation on Eastern philosophies and, you know, Eastern psychology, because in Eastern perspectives, psychology and spirituality are one and the same. They treat the underlying, like, sensations and, you know, actions of the mind, and they treat it with a spiritual level of significance. You know, instead of trying to reduce it into data points and pie graphs. And so I'm excited for that. We'll have that coming up, hoping to start it next week. But anyway, what I was saying was, I feel like a lot of people, especially, like, I've noticed this in a lot of people that I've met in America. I've noticed it in some of my friends. I've noticed it in some of my neighbors. I'll just... a sense of disconnection, a sense of, you know, cynicism. You know, America is a dying empire, and we're really feeling it right now. We're really feeling it right now, you know, the food's getting too expensive, housing's it just has people feeling some type of way. It has people feeling very disconnected. Earnestness gets mocked online. Most of the people who are... the thing about it is, we often assume that these are all people, but when you realize just how many bots are commenting for engagement, it makes sense. Because for the longest time, I would be like, who the fuck is this person commenting on this shit, just trying to start a fight? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Do you not have anything better to do today? It's like, it's probably not even a real human. It's probably a bot. Have you seen these bot farm pictures? Have you seen any videos of what a bot farm looks like? Let me show you. Just hundreds and hundreds of computers all synced together. Just doing whatever you want them to. They'll upvote your posts. They'll tune into your Twitch stream or your other live streams, or they'll watch your YouTube video. You know, they'll comment on posts for you. The really fucked up part about all this is that all of this waste, because this is just one of the most wasteful things you can think of. All of this is just to generate ad revenue. There's even YouTube videos on how to do it. That's fucked up. So anyway, whenever I see somebody that's just way too miserable online and they're just going out of their way to start a fight for no particular reason, I just assume that they're a bot in a bot farm. Because I don't like to have my opinion of the average human be that low. And so I just assume that they're fake. I just assume that they're not real until I see them in person. Let's talk about how we can find a sense of balance in this aspect of our life. Because I feel like, of all the things we've talked about, this one feels the most important to me personally. Because I feel like my mind is good, my body is good, but I feel like this for me was where I was just really dragging. You know, just all this shit that's going on and all the... Oh my god. It's too much to think about. We often use the word soul crushing, and that's because that's what it does. It throws you out of balance spiritually. So let's talk about how we can restore that balance. It is essential that we connect with the things or the people or the movements or the organizations, whoever it might be, whatever it is that makes life feel meaningful. There's so many different ways that we can look at this. This could be by spending time being creative. This could be spending time working on your relationships or getting to know people better or growing closer to people. It could be spending time in nature, or it could even be just taking a moment to just allow everything to be still. You know, you just take a bath, you just tune out the world for a few minutes, and you don't worry about what Elon Musk is up to. It's also important when we're trying to find this balance spiritually that we are feeding our inner world. You know, we need to spend time listening to music that makes you feel moved, or enjoying media that makes you feel moved. You know, it makes you feel something. You feel the artist that created it, they put a piece of them into it, and you can recognize that. You're like, yes, a human crafted this. And now I am intaking it, and they are, you know, you feel it. You could take time to write things, whether it be a journal or storytelling. You know, it could be anything. But just, it's about documenting and narrating and crafting. You could spend time in meditation, working on finding that inner peace, finding that inner stillness. Or if you have time, and this, I understand that this can be a big ask, because a lot of us are strapped for time as it is. But if you have time to volunteer, it could be a very fulfilling use of that time. What we're trying to do is find anything that is nourishing our sense of purpose in life. Like, what am I here to do? Maybe I'm not here to start a colony on Mars. Maybe I'm not here to create some radical new invention. Maybe I'm not here to, be a world famous pop music artist. Maybe I'm put here to just be a nice person. Maybe I'm put here to help those in need. Maybe I'm here to love and be loved. Your purpose doesn't need to be the ultimate purpose. It doesn't need to be some giant, grand, you don't need to leave your mark on humanity for all eternity. You're like, no, I actually, my purpose is that I need people to remember my name for the next 5,000 years. I need people to be quoting me in the year 7025. No, thank you. You can see how that stuff can very easily get twisted out of proportion. It's like, the last thing you want is to be somebody that's too famous and then in 2,000 years they make a religion about you or something. That would be very awkward. I just want to do more good than harm. If that's your goal, I would say that you're killing it so far. So keep up the good work. People incorrectly quote old scientists and philosophers every time now, and people believe it. Yeah, and sometimes you're just a really cool dude. Sometimes you're just a really cool dude that thinks that everybody should get along and be treated with fairness. And they start a whole religion about you. Like, that happens too. I gotta say, 2,000 years ago, the idea that everybody should be treated fairly, that was groundbreaking. Nobody had ever come up with that one before. I'm like, holy shit. I think this guy's onto something. He's saying we should all be equal. But what? But what about the Emperor? No, you don't get it. The Emperor's just a person, like us. What? It's crazy. Crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. Lastly, try to stay inclusive. You know, we can often restrict ourselves in life and we stop trying new things. We get caught in these grooves and we find our comfort zone and then we live in it and we don't go beyond it. You don't need belief to be spiritual, but in finding spiritual balance, we're trying to find depth and authenticity. It's about being fully alive. Yeah, there's a rock in the way. You'll just have to read around it or just take a guess at what the word is supposed to be. I'll give you a hint, it's alive. So, what we're talking about here is try new stuff. You know, try new stuff. Take a step outside of your comfort zone. Because there could be stuff out there that you really like, but you're never gonna get to see it unless you go find it. And so these are the needs of the spirit. It's the part of you that seeks out awe. Shit that just blows your mind. Oh, wow. All right. Let's talk about finding balance in daily life. Here are some things to try that can help you to stay balanced, or to rebalance yourself when you're feeling off balance. This is a bit of a mindful exercise. We want to practice checking in with ourselves daily. And we do that by simply maybe, there's different ways you can do it, but one example is, just ask yourself a question. Is there anything that feels off with my body, with my mind, with my spirit? You're like, well, I've got this stiffness, and I find myself dwelling on this thing, and I feel kind of lonely. Like, all right, now we know what to work on. People can sometimes have a hard time checking in with themselves because it's kind of like the same phenomenon where if your car is making a funny noise, let's just turn the music up. Let's just turn the music up so I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to hear that squeaking, whatever that is. And so we often avoid checking in, but it's important to do because the sooner we check in with ourselves, the sooner we can do something about whatever it is that's throwing us off balance. And it's easier to return to balance if you're only a little bit imbalanced than if you're a lot of bit imbalanced. All right. We kind of hinted at this earlier, and now we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about micro adjustments. We were talking about how when you're maintaining balance, we can often overcorrect. Like, oh no, I feel like a loser, so I bought a sports car, even though I can't really afford it and the insurance rate is crazy. Like midlife crisis type stuff, or, like, oh no, I failed that test. I guess I need to drop out of school. Or like, well, maybe you got good grades on everything else. Maybe this is just your first B. It's okay. The more down I get, the harder it is to get back up. Well, once you build your strength up, you'll be doing squats in no time. You'll be getting down and up just for fun. Sometimes when we're trying to find ourselves in that balanced state, we don't need anything drastic. We don't need to quit our job or move across the country or sell all of our assets or, cut off all of our friends. Maybe we just need some tiny little adjustments to get us closer to that center point. And so maybe just getting into the habit of taking some time to just do these little micro adjustments throughout the day. Because balance is always shifting a little bit. And so we kind of just want to make little adjustments periodically to try to stay as centered as we can be. Is there any situation where a macro adjustment is needed? Yep, we call that rehab. We call that prison. We call that an intervention. Sometimes we call it therapy. You know, there's... The point here is that we're trying to feel more balanced without overcorrecting, because overcorrecting can sometimes cause a lot of harm. And anyway, this could be taking a short walk, just taking a moment to take a deep breath and be mindful, or just taking a moment to take a quiet pause to just, you know, maybe get out of all the chaos, put your phone away, just unplug. As we've talked about before, it's important to let go of perfection. It's important to let go of perfection because if you are striving for perfect, then you are never going to get where you're trying to go. Because perfection does not exist. Part of maintaining balance is imbalance, because imbalance is natural. And it's less about maintaining that perfect midpoint, maintaining that perfect balance 24/7, 365. It's about being aware of when I'm tipping. I'm tipping. I need to go back this way. But I don't want to overcorrect. But what if you are perfect like me? Then you wouldn't have started a sentence with the word but. Your punctuation would have been better. Hey, Petey. Yep. We'll see you. We'll see you soon. Going to TwitchCon. Oh boy, here we go. Anyway, Buddy's nerfed. Where's TwitchCon taking place? San Diego. Another helpful way of maintaining balance is to reframe what imbalance is. Imbalance is not some sort of failure. It doesn't mean, oh no, I'm such a stinky baby. I'm such a stinky diaper baby. Oh no. No. Imbalance is just feedback. It's your system's way of letting you know that something needs to change. Like, oh no, I've got some stiffness. I should probably stretch. Like, oh no, I'm feeling restless. I should probably get out of the house. I'm feeling hungry. I should probably have a sandwich. Imbalance is just your system's way of seeking out your attention. It's just your way of trying to let you know, like, hey, I need you to do something about this. I need you to check this out. There's a strange noise coming from under the hood. You're gonna have to take a look. Lastly, it's all about consistency. It's not necessarily about intensity. Focus on forming consistent habits so that you can feel that sense of ongoing harmony. If we're too focused on maintaining control, those moments will be fleeting. And so focus on harmony over control. Let's go ahead and wrap it up, shall we? Balance is a dynamic, ongoing relationship that you maintain within yourself. Life is always going to find ways of pulling you off center, and the goal is not to stay perfectly aligned, because that's impossible. The goal is to notice when you have drifted and to come back with compassion. Like, oh, I'm drifting here. Go ahead and give myself a nudge. There we go. Now we're good. It's all about that process of rebalancing. Because it's natural and normal that we're going to be imbalanced. And so maintaining balance is really all about how well we rebalance. That's what keeps you flexible. That's what keeps you resilient. And that's what makes you human. When you feel that alignment between body, mind, and spirit as they function in harmony, you stop merely surviving and you start thriving. All right, this has been the presentation on how to find balance. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? If you'd like a copy of today's slides, you can type !slides in the chat. Sounds impossible? So did everything that people could conceive of before it actually happened. You know, anytime they wanted to do something new, anytime you want to invent something, anytime you want to figure out a new way to do a thing, I don't know, that sounds impossible. Everything sounds impossible until it is possible. So what's the harm in trying anyway? You know, you can talk yourself out of all sorts of things. You can talk yourself out of happiness. You can talk yourself out of connection and joy and love. You know, there's all sorts of ways that we can, take away from ourselves. But after a point, it's kind of like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's try anyway. Let's see what let's give it a shot, you know? Let's try to have some fun. Motivated to do more random things right now. Great time for it. Great time for doing random things. But you know what's also a good use of your time is to sit down and figure out what it is that you want to do next. Because what you might find is that if there's a bunch of random things that you want to get done, you might end up multitasking, and then you might not actually end up getting anything done, but you might have like 3 or 4 things that you are partway through. So think about that one thing that you really want to do, and then think about what you want to do after that. physics nerds, this seems like an exercise in tuning one's dampening coefficients, how to return back to the natural balanced state without crazy oscillations. Yeah, you're trying to find your sine wave. You want to be going like this. Not like this. Oscillating wildly. Alright, we've got some questions in the box, so I'm going to take a look. We're going to finish up with these questions, and then we're going to call it a day. Because I'm hungry, and I need to eat. Hey guys, I haven't submitted anything in a while, which may be a good sign. Especially after moving out of a toxic household. I have been practicing managing my anger better. Recently, I was able to keep a rage inside, no external release, and something notable I wanted to share was the feeling of letting the anger disintegrate. You did it. You did the thing. And you were probably like, damn, I really did that. I didn't even think I could do that. That's kind of how it goes. Up until the point where you do the thing, you're going to be like, I don't know if I can do the thing. And then you do the thing, and you're like, holy shit. What else could I do? That was awesome. It made me feel tingly inside. It did not feel good in the moment, but once I had established not acting on the anger, it just got quiet. Right? That's the thing about anger is like, it'll throw a temper tantrum, be like, no, you need to do this. You need to act on anger right now. And then you're like, but why? It's like, well, I don't know. 'Cause I'm angry. A cooling off period, you know, it's really helpful. You know, even if it's ranging from, you know, taking a moment to think about what you want to say before you text somebody back, or stepping outside when, you know, or just taking a break if you are having a conversation with somebody and it starts to get heated. It's so hard to not act out on anger. It is until it isn't. It didn't feel good in the moment, but once I had established not acting on the anger, it just got quiet. Like, okay, now what? And the anger literally evaporated. I visualized a fire blanket being put on a fire and smothering it. Man, it felt powerful. I hope I'm able to do it more often. Well, you did it once, so it's going to be easier to do the next time. That's how practice works, theoretically. The calm after was something special. Doesn't it feel nice? Because, first off, you didn't act on your anger, so you feel proud about it, like, hey, look at me, I did the thing. And then you also don't have to deal with the consequences of your anger. Like, wow, I'm not in a fight right now. I'm not screaming at somebody right now. I'm actually feeling pretty good. That's nice. And so, once you start to notice all of the benefits of not immediately responding to your anger and instead learning how to stifle it, that's when it gets really good. Because the problem with anger is it's like, it makes you feel as if acting on it is the most rewarding thing you can do right now, even if that thing is actually very destructive. The reason why we have that anger response, it's it's kind of like a survival thing. You know, if like you're sleeping in a tent, it's 2000 BC, and there's a big animal outside and it's trying to, you know, it's trying to take a bite. You want that anger to be there because it's a very motivating thing. You want to jump up and you want to grab a pointy stick and you want to start screaming and yelling and making yourself look big so that the animal either runs away, or if it doesn't run away, you want to have all that energy to be able to fight it. But it's important to recognize that we're still running on the same hardware. We've been running on the same hardware since the Ice Age. And it's important to recognize that the things that piss you off today aren't a saber-toothed tiger, but you're responding as if it were. So keep the anger in your back pocket, but only pull it out when you absolutely have no other choice. You'll be glad it's there, but you don't need to whip it out anytime things start to get, out of your control. I accidentally hit myself with my own stick. See, you'll notice it. You'll notice that when you do things angrily, you're sloppy. You're more likely to make mistakes. Sometimes you'll accidentally hurt yourself. Sometimes you'll accidentally break stuff. It's no good. Fix these captions. It's nice to have stuff that you can do to help you to level yourself back out when you start to feel angry. There's a few things that you can do, and I would just recommend finding one that works for you. One that I like whenever I notice myself starting to get agitated with something is I will hum. I will take a big deep breath in through my nose, and I'll go, hmm. There's something interesting about humming. It's very captivating to our senses, and so if you're humming, it also helps to kind of like redirect your thoughts because you're so focused on humming and how it feels to hum that it's like, I'm not thinking about what was pissing me off. I'm now focused on the little grumble. Is it the vibration? You know, a vibration can be very distracting to our nervous system. How can we deal with the urge to self-harm while we are angry? By developing a safety plan whenever you're not angry, and then practicing following that safety plan. And so some examples could be, I'm not going to allow myself to have anything that I could use to harm myself, especially in places where I regularly feel frustrated or angry. I need to recognize my triggers. I need to recognize when I'm a little angry, and then I can intervene before I'm a big angry. Maybe that's stepping outside, getting some fresh air, calling a loved one on the phone. Handling your anger in a respectful and graceful way is a measure of self-love. And so, essentially what you're doing is you're replacing self-harm with self-love by recognizing, hey, I get angry sometimes, that's normal, that's natural, and I'm gonna handle it in a healthy way because I love me. The wall is so punchable, only in America, because we build our walls out of paper. What you'll notice is that there aren't very many Germans hitting the wall when they're angry, because their walls are made of stone or cement or concrete. Like, if you're getting so angry that you're to the point where you're punching walls, you should have left that situation already. Because if you're already at wall punching angry, which is like 8, 9 angry scale out of 10, you should have gotten out of there when you were at like a 4 or 5. Like, I need to get out of here before I'm punching walls. I need to go for a walk. I need to go have a snack. So you come up with a safety plan for yourself. This is something that you can do on your own. This is something that you can do with some guidance. This is something that you could do with a therapist. But it's something that we had to do a lot, especially in, patients who had a history of self-harm behaviors. It's like you need to be able to intervene early and redirect before they get to the point where they use self-harm as a means of coping with the anger. Because for many people who self-harm, it's a way of regulating their emotions. The irony of that is that it normally just feeds into the emotions in the first place, because you get so angry and then you self-harm in order to cope with the feeling of being angry, but then you get even more angry because now I'm angry because I harmed myself. Wait until it gets bad? Exactly. It's like a fire. It's like you want to put it out while it's small. You don't want to wait until, oh shit, the whole house is going up. You want to Smaller fires are much easier to put out than big fires. If you notice your anger when it's at a 1 to a 3, that's the time to intervene. Try to get it back down. Self-fulfilling prophecy again. I don't know about you, but learning about self-fulfilling prophecies, I remember being in school learning about that one. I'm like, God damn, this shit's crazy. Like, you're telling me that if you believe a thing will happen, it will alter your behaviors and actually make that thing more likely to happen? That's crazy. But it's true. And so if you respond to your anger, because that's ultimately what you're doing, you're responding to your anger. If you respond to your anger in a way that is destructive, you are only further fueling your anger. You're just giving yourself more things to be angry about next time. Okay, then I believe good things will happen. Was there ever any other choice? I would rather believe good things will happen and be wrong than believe bad things will happen and be right. The only satisfaction you get from that is saying, "Ha, I told you so. See, look how correct I was. You should have been miserable the whole time, just like me." All right, we've got some more questions in the box. Let's take a look. I always say bad things will happen. I'm going to stop. Bad things will happen, but we don't need to build them up in our mind. We just need to handle them when and if they come. And what you'll find is that having that type of mindset will help those types of negative moments not be so overwhelming. You know, even in the worst situations, you'll be able to find those silver linings. I feel like I have nowhere to share my problem except for here, so bear with me, please. All right. Got you. I'm in an online relationship with a guy who lives in a different country. We met through mutual friends whom I really trust, so I know I can trust this guy. Okay, I just want to begin this by saying, just because someone that you trust introduces you to someone else, that doesn't always mean that this new person is deserving of your trust. You should apply trust on a case-by-case basis. Just because you trust them doesn't mean I trust them. That the fact that you trust them, that gives them a head start with developing trust with me, but it is not guaranteed. What's the tea, says Tira Fan in my YouTube chat. Hey Tira Fan, thanks for watching from YouTube. Good to see ya. Trust is built, not just randomly earned. Exactly. Trust isn't a yes or no situation. Trust is something that you build up over time. If a friend introduces me to you, then you will get a little bit of you know what? I'll give you a little bit of a head start on the trust department. You've got a nice foundation there because this person vouches for you. But I still need you to speak for yourself. I still need you to see how you carry yourself. I need to see how you behave, you know? We do voice calls and video calls sometimes, and sometimes we even spend the whole day together. We talked about future plans, and we both agreed we're not dating casually, we're dating to eventually marry, and basically this is my first serious relationship where I actually had plans to get married. Now, I have never been this way with anyone in my previous relationships, but I'm getting really attached and addicted to him to the point I know I can't survive the heartbreak if he ever leaves me, even though he expressed many times and assured me that he doesn't want to leave. I still stress and feel nervous, so nervous when he's not talking to me or simply not feeling social. It literally feels like an electric chaos in my heart. It's hurting me so much, and I don't know how to stop worrying. And I want to stop seeking reassurance from him all the time because I can see it's beginning to influence him badly. Alright. Reassurance only goes so far. There is no amount of reassurance that will be able to resolve any of your insecurities. If you have insecurities that you need to work through, those are on you to work through. No amount of reassurance is going to do that. And so that's something that you get to work on within yourself. That's not a bad thing. It just, you know what needs to be done. For the sake of you, for the sake of your relationship, so that you don't have to seek out reassurance and constantly feel so stressed and afraid. It's good to be aware this is what we want to work on. can't stop being jealous. I keep having nightmares about him leaving me or cheating on me, even though he always tells me that I'm the only girl he ever wants. I don't want to lose this relationship. I don't know what to do with myself. We talked about this earlier, and I'm going to mention it again. The idea of a self-fulfilling prophecy. You don't want to act in such a way that ends up making your fears come true. And so if you're always jealous, if you're always suspicious, if you're always questioning, this could put strain on the relationship, and it could make it so that things might be less likely to work out because of that stress. And so we need to resolve that stress. We need to deal with those insecurities within us so that our relationship can thrive. I've never been this way, and I want this to stop. I want to be happy in this relationship. I want to wake up without stressing about the idea that he could leave whenever. I'm not on call with him. I'm suffering, but I love him, and I don't want my mind to be the reason why I lost him. Then work on it. It's definitely workable. I forced myself to write this, to reach out for help. Doing this actually hurts like hell. I don't know why I'm being this way. And that's for you to figure out. You know, if you want to figure that out, if you want to look inwards and figure out the why of why we are the way we are, that can be helpful. Sometimes understanding the why can help us understand what it is we need to do to fix it. But ultimately, it's going to come down to you feeling safe and secure, not just in this relationship, but in all of your relationships, so that you can be happy and you can have healthy, meaningful connections with people. And that's definitely doable. It's going to take some work, but it's definitely possible. Is this limerence? Only if it were one-sided would it be limerence. The whole thing about limerence is that it's unreciprocated. And so it would have been like a one-way thing. This question would resonate with anyone with BPD, TBH. I'm glad you said it. I was thinking it. I was like, this is kind of... This is kind of, let's talk a bit about attachment. It sounds like you're dealing with some anxious attachment. It's definitely workable. It's definitely workable. The changes that you're looking to make and the feelings that you're looking to feel, those are within your grasp. It's just about opening up like you did here today. And I do just want to let you know that as painful as it was to open up today, that's the most painful it will ever be. Now that you've gotten that out of the way, it'll only be easier. Because it's not fun, and it doesn't have to be this way to just constantly be terrified that the person I'm with is going to leave me or that I'm going to get abandoned. We can work on that, and I would encourage you to find somebody that you can work on that with, because it can be tricky to do that all on your own or to handle all those feelings all on your own. Right, we've got another question. Ooh, it's about child development. All right. Let's talk about it. How can I help my 7-year-old manage his anger? He is very receptive to help, and I would like to guide him in the right direction until his school guidance counselor is able to see him. It's not extremely scary, but he does just not know how to deal with his emotions, and sometimes he will scratch and pinch himself. It breaks my heart. sorry to hear that you're going through this with your kid. But the good news is that you being aware of it, you being mindful of it, and you being willing to step in and help, it's great. When it comes to dealing with anger, we want to practice recognizing those feelings of anger as they start to build. We want to learn how to identify frustration. We want to learn how to recognize irritation, agitation. We want to be able to spot those moments when we're starting to get escalated so that we can intervene then. And this is something that he's a good age to start working on. You know, younger than this, if you're dealing with like a 5-year-old or younger, it's like you kind of just have to let them throw the temper tantrum and then talk to them once they're calmed down, because... But now that you're at this age, you can actually have a conversation with them. You can actually talk about stuff, and they can start to share their feelings with you. And so that's what I would encourage you to do. I would encourage you to just sit down and talk with him. Talk about what it feels like. Talk about how anger is normal, but we need to learn how to keep it under control. It's kind of like a fire. A big fire is hard to put out. A little fire is easy to put out. You know, you can speak in terms that he'll understand, because he's a 7-year-old boy and he's probably obsessed with the idea of fire, but maybe that was just me. Maybe that was just me as a 37-year-old man. And so he's at a really great age to actually sit down and talk about these feelings and learn how to regulate them. You know, have him practice putting his feelings into words, you know, check in with him, you know, maybe get something like, let me pull it up. You know what's helpful? Having a feeling chart. He's a great, your kid's a great age to start practicing emotional literacy. Your kid is a great age to start practicing emotional literacy, which is being able to identify and name what your emotions are while you're feeling them. And that's a really important part of how we regulate our emotions. We can't really do much about our emotions unless we understand how we feel. And so I think by just talking with him and helping him to understand what his feelings are and how they develop, and helping him put them into words, and learning that it's okay to talk about feelings instead of just feeling feelings. Because that's something important that happens. As children develop, they move out of that phase where it's like, they feel their feelings. You know, like toddlers and even like, you know, young kids, you know, 4 or 5 years old, they feel their feelings. But around, you know, 6, 7, 8, 9, children are becoming more aware. They're developing, and they're able to actually talk about their feelings instead of just acting on their feelings and feeling those feelings. They'll be able to recognize when they're feeling frustrated. They'll be able to recognize, you know, the precursors to the outbursts. I might model deep breathing. Another good idea. It's also never too early to start practicing biofeedback. It's never too early to start practicing grounding techniques. Talking and feeling feelings is fucking scary. I think I feel that way because I never had that and I got punished for feeling and speaking on it. Is it because the military brainwashed your dad? Is it because the military brainwashed your dad into thinking that feelings were gay? It's not just the military. The military is notorious for it, but it's also, you know, the police force, you know, anybody out there who had a cop dad. It's also, you know, a lot of physically intense labor jobs. You know, there's no room for emotion when you're building houses and, you know, that kind of stuff. Firefighters have it to a degree. That there's a reason why I didn't mention firefighters, and that's because I respect firefighters. They're actually doing things to help people and protect people. They're running into burning buildings. They're not pepper spraying unarmed civilians. Going back to the questioner who asked about their kid and handling anger, there's also probably a lot of great resources out there, you know, online or in book form. I would just do some research and just see what's out there because they've probably got some other tips that we didn't go over today. There's tons of great information out there about how to, you know, help raise an emotionally mature child, you know? Still understanding that they're kids, they're developing. There's going to be moments where they get, you know, angry or they, you know, have a little outburst, but that's okay. Part of the growing process. With the help of friends, anything is possible. Sad face? Why is that sad face? That should be happy face. With the help of friends, anything is possible. Dad became so emotionally withdrawn and just was physically there, he is still trying to find his way. Give him my number. And by give him my number, I mean teach him how to watch my videos on... Teach him how to find my stream. Don't worry, I can deprogram your dad. Oh my god, one time you triggered him and he muted you. There's nothing I love more than clocking full-grown men. There's just nothing I find more satisfying in life than emotionally clocking a fully grown man. I need to open a window. I'm getting sweaty in here. I put a thermal on because it was supposed to be cold today, but it's hot in my room. Oh, yeah. He's improving, so it only took a few seconds, Lamau. See, here's the thing. A lot of guys like that, it doesn't take a lot of work to fix them. Like, the framework's already there. You just have to help them put things into perspective. You just need to speak their language and help things make sense. Also, never mind. I'll let it rest. I've got some questions to do and I'm getting sweaty, so let's get to business. I've been talking to someone since September 29th. So, a week. We had our first date on October 4th and were intimate that night. Since then, we've been FaceTiming every day, and I've noticed I'm feeling very infatuated. He's attentive, intuitive, and seems to read me really well, which both excites and scares me. He even asked if we might be moving too fast, and I said I should tell him if he's calling too much. I'm struggling to stay grounded in all of this. I want to understand how to slow myself down emotionally and not lose perspective. I would say to just, if you're worried that things are going too fast, just take time to explore each other's minds more. You know, sit down and talk about stuff. Because if there's any risk of moving too fast, it's that they secretly have some sort of like weird fucked up beliefs that just you were unaware of. Or, you know, they're secretly a manipulative control freak. And so the way that you uncover those things, or the way that you could sniff out any potential red flags, would be through conversation. So just keep talking. Just keep talking, keep getting to know this person. Keep talking, keep getting to know them. And try to have fun. You know, I feel like oftentimes when people do get pulled into a relationship that ends up being, you know, the wrong relationship, I think a lot of times there's more of a focus on the physical aspects of the relationship or the material aspects of the relationship. You know, like, oh, they're so cute. Oh, the romance is great. Like, oh, they've got a great job. They've got education. They've got, you know, a car and all that stuff. It's like, but you want to get to know the person underneath all that. And the only way that you can do that is by talking to them. So just keep talking to them. Keep getting to know them. Just show them that you want to get to know them more and get to know them more, and then hopefully they show you that same level of interest. They want to get to know you as well. My ex literally snatched me off the side of the road like a lost cat. Well, the good news is that you made it out. Questioner, one last thing. Talk to other people about it as well. Talk to other people, see what they think. Introduce them to your friends. You know, get their perspective on things. Also, we can learn from Goobins. It's probably not the best decision to enter a relationship with someone that picks you up randomly on the side of the road. If they're the type of person to pick people up randomly on the side of the road, who knows what else they're capable of. Why would you throw your weed out in trash bins for the trash truck to pick up? That's a good question. Maybe it was shit weed. Maybe they're just giving it up. Maybe they're quitting. No, he still smokes? Then ask him, I guess. He'll probably know better than me. Like, hey, did you notice there's a bunch of weed in your trash? Did you do that on purpose? And then he's like, oh yeah, that weed fell in the toilet. So I threw it away. But yeah, if you actually can ask the person whose trash can it was how the weed got there, they might know. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe it was because of some other important reason that is yet to be discovered. Who knows? Hi, Papa. Hi, Papa. Hoping for some insight on sexuality. Alright. I'll be very mature. Recently was introduced to adult visual novels. Alright, I've heard of these. Basically, narrative-driven animated stories with porn scenes. It was quite entertaining, but I noticed that certain taboo and non-socially acceptable situations really get me going. Alright. That's the power of novelty for you. The human brain loves novelty. Anything that's new and unique, it's like, ooh, what's that? You know, and sometimes we find ourselves finding, like, fixations or fantasies about stuff that's really outside of the norm. That doesn't mean that it's anything that the person would ever actually want to do, necessarily. Anyway, let's read further. Never been in any IRL experiences quite like it or pursued anything of that sort. Some of the things around power dynamics, etc. make me uncomfortable. I'm concerned that my kinks around power, manipulation, etc. are intrinsic and require time with a therapist to undo. But you're not doing them in real life, you're just exploring those ideas in a fantasy space. As long as you're not doing it in real life and you're able to distinguish between fantasy and reality, it is what it is. It is what it is. The important thing is that I can draw the line between what is real and what is not real. Also, another thing that you'll notice that will happen sometimes, and this was probably happened to some people here, if anybody's brave enough to let us know. You don't have to be specific. Please, actually, don't be specific. What will happen sometimes is people will be interested in a particular fantasy, but only in fantasy. Sometimes they will go out and try that thing, and then realize that this is not actually for me. No thank you. That was not what I thought it would be. And so sometimes we like things as an idea, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we would enjoy it in real life. So maybe there's something deeper there, maybe there's something to be unpacked in therapy, but that's your choice. As long as you're able to make that distinction, and it's not negatively influencing the people around you. Is there a difference between fantasy and what I would actually want or enjoy in real life? Oh, yeah. I just answered that. Okay. I'm not sure if they can be undone similar to people's attraction and to genders. Your tastes fluctuate over your span of your life. Because our brains really like finding new things, trying new things. And so it's natural that we, sometimes things fall out of favor and then we find new things that we enjoy more. That's just a normal part of living. Like when I was a kid, I did not like the taste of mustard, but now I like mustard. Mustard's good. And so this just makes me think of mustard. I wonder why this happens. Well, now you're learning why the human sexuality class was always full on day 1 of registration. Because everybody wants to know. Is there a difference between fantasy and what I would actually want or enjoy in real life? Yes, there is. Because some things exist as an idea. Some things we like as an idea. Like a story about a person who, 100 dogs? 101 Dalmatians? That's too many dogs. That would be terrible in real life. But within a fantasy context of storytelling, that's okay. And so not everything that we appreciate in fantasy needs to be real in order to appreciate it. And I'm drawing some parallels here because what's going on here doesn't necessarily have to require anything sexual. The same thing goes for anything that we engage in a fantasy realm. We're not trying to tie it all back to kinks, we're trying to show how this is just... There's a distinction between fantasy and reality. Like Dungeons and Dragons sounds very exciting. From the outside, like living in a fantasy world where there's evil monsters and spells and all that sort of stuff, it's like, I don't know, maybe. There are things, yeah, well said. There are things that you might think that you want that you might not actually want. And so this applies to kinks as well. How do I know if this is something I need to fix or just part of normal sexual variation? It could just be a phase, for all we know. For all we know, it could just be a phase. Maybe it was just something that you got introduced to, and since it's new, you're like, huh, that's interesting. But maybe in the long run, you'll grow out of it. Maybe it's just kind of more of a trend. Because that'll happen too. This conversation is not work appropriate. I should have warned you. I should have said, NSFW! Not safe for work! Now the entire office heard? Good! The entire office should know! Because this is not safe for work, and if they're at work, we need to let them know that they're not safe right now. They are unsafe. How do I know if this is something that I need to fix or just part of normal sexual variation? Well, option one is you could try it and see if you like it, because if you find someone that is consenting and you want to try it, go for it. As long as you're both consenting, like, go for it. By all means, like, do that thing. Because that's what it comes down to. Consent is everything. There's a reason why kinks exist. Because people enjoy them. And so the thing is, maybe I don't need to punish myself for whatever it is that I'm interested in. I just need to find someone that I can enjoy it with consensually. That's the point. Most people experience some level of discomfort or shame around their fantasies, or is my discomfort a sign that there's something deeper I should work through? There's no way to tell that. I would say that for most people, it's normal to like go through a period of like, huh. You're just kind of thinking like, huh, that's interesting. Huh, what's out there? I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. If you are an adult, have you ever been to an adult store? Do I have any adults here that have ever been to an adult store? Probably. What you'll notice if you ever go to an adult store is that there's all sorts of stuff for all sorts of things that you didn't even know was a thing. What you'll realize is that there's all sorts of strokes for all different folks. Get it? Strokes. My point was, if you go to a place that is centered around, like, kinks, what you'll notice is, wow, there's a lot of kinks out there. And so as long as your kink is consensual, it doesn't really matter what it is. As long as it's two consenting adults, that's what freedom's all about. Now, if what you're into is harmful to others, I would give that some consideration, because it's like, why do I want to hurt people? And why do I want to tie that into my sexuality? You know, that's just something to think about. Some people are into it, though, so it's like, whatever. Maybe you can find somebody that it's consensual. It's like, I don't know. I'm done. I'm wiping my hands clean of this one. TLDR, consent is key. I don't care what you're doing behind closed doors as long as it's consensual adults doing it. Also, it's important to remember that you might be you might find interest in some different ideas just because conceptually it's new and unique and it's unlike anything you've ever seen before. You're like, wow, this is different. Our brain loves that kind of shit. Like, wow, that's different. Huh, I've never had anything like that before. That was different. But you gotta remember that this is still just existing in fantasy. And whenever things only exist in fantasy, there are no downsides. There's no mess, there's no cleanup. It's just speculation. Alright, gamers. That's gonna be it for today. It's time to hit the old dusty road. All right, everybody, that's gonna be it for me today. Have a great night. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye bye. Oh, we're behind the curtain.